Two and two. Good afternoon. Welcome to today's proceedings of the Senate. This being the 14th day of September 2021. This is the 12th Parliament, the 5th session. This afternoon, the Chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget will lay on the table of the Senate the report of the committee on the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021. The Senator for Vihiga County, Senator George Khaniri, pursuant to Standing Order 47-1, will make a statement Kaburengu Junction area along the Eldoret-Tabo, Kaburengu, Webuye Highway. There are statements which will be sought pursuant to Standing Order 48-1. The nominated Senator Millicent Omanga will seek two statements, one from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding alleged increased rate of kidnapping of children. The second statement, which will be sought by the Senator, is from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations regarding alleged evictions of residents living in Nairobi City County staff housing units in Isili and Pumwani areas. The Senator for Murang'a County, Senator Irungu Kang'ata, will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization concerning operations of the Murang'a County Creameries. Nominated Senator Beatrice Kwamboka will seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding alleged discriminative enforcement of the nationwide curfew for containment of the COVID-19 pandemic. The Senator for Kitui County, Senator Enoch Wambua, will seek two statements. One, a statement from the Standing Committee on Education regarding the plight of early childhood development education teachers in the counties. The second statement, which will be sought by the Senator for Kitui, is one from the Standing Committee on Labor and Social Welfare regarding the plight of village administrators appointed by the respective county public service boards. The Chairperson Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation will move a motion on the adoption of the report of the Committee on the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines of 2021. Thereafter, the senators will proceed to the Committee of the Whole House, where they will consider various amendments to a number of bills, among them the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2021, the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020, the Basic Education Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2021 will also be considered in the Committee of the Whole, and the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 32 of 2020 will also be considered in the Committee of the Whole. Another bill which has been scheduled for debate in the Committee of the Whole House is the Salaries Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 31 of 2020. That is by the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget. If you're just joining us, the business of the Senate is about to begin. There is some activity at the door which signals the entry of the mace, followed by the Speaker of the Senate, Honorable Kenneth Makielo Lusaka. My name is Edward Kabasa. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with KBC. And now I hand you over for the live broadcast. Enjoy your viewing.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor and blessings as your servants whom you have been pleased to call to leadership positions in this republic. We seek guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Senator Ochila yako ya finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, 14th September 2021. The report of the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget on the Public-Private Partnership Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2021.
The next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, statements.
Senator George Khaniri.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity and state that I rise pursuant to the provisions of our standing orders, and in particular, Standing Order number 47, paragraph 1, to make a statement on a matter of national concern. And this is the frequent accidents at Kaburengu Junction in Bungoma, in Kakamega County. First and foremost, on my own behalf and that of my family and the people of Vihiga, I wish to register our condolences to the families, relatives, and friends of the 6 accident victims that occurred on Saturday, the 21st of August, 2021. Mr. Speaker, this is an accident that claimed the lives of 5 family members, Mr. Richard Osimbo, his wife, their children, his sister-in-law, their relative Nyambaka, their relative Vincent, and their driver. Mr. Speaker, losing a family member is very painful. But losing 5 family members at the same time is excruciating, to say the least. I was able to attend the burial of the 4 of the victims in Ebwali village, Luanda sub-county in Vihiga County on Saturday, the 4th September 2021. And Mr. Speaker, the sense of loss and pain was palpable. I condoled with the family and offered my contributions. It is unfortunate that a joyous activity of dowry process turned fatal. This family were traveling from Vihiga for some dowry negotiations, I believe, and they perished. They never got there. Mr. Speaker, this matter of Kaburengu Junction stretch of the Eldoret-Tarubo-Kaburengu-Webuye Highway and accidents is a matter of great concern. Since 2017, there have been 4 major accidents on this stretch of the road. Of greater concern to me is that of the 4 accidents, 2 have claimed lives of residents of Vihiga. And in both cases, it was just family members. Apart from this one that happened on the 21st August 2021, another accident, Mr. Speaker, occurred at the same spot in December 2017 and claimed 14 lives of my people. 14 at the same time. Furthermore, on the 24th of December 2020, a truck with faulty brakes hit a matatu, which in turn rammed into a roadside traders at the same spot, killing 8 people. On the other hand, a power transformer on this spot of the road has been hit 7 times since 2018. A search of the word Kaburengu, Mr. Speaker, on the internet automatically connects with accident. Just try and search Kaburengu now on the internet, and you'll just see accidents. Mr. Speaker, honestly, from the above recent happenings, there is need for urgent action to protect lives. This stretch of the road is not just a black spot, but a death trap to the road users. Certain issues demand proper interrogation. For instance, the road design, road signage, speed bumps, road reserve, bus stops, and existence of Kenya Power transformer very close to the road. Mr. Speaker, during the burial of the family members, I made a promise to the community that I would raise this matter here, and that the Senate, being the house that cares about the lives of the people in this country, we will investigate and see what the government can do to rectify the spot so that we can save lives. There are matters that can be easily corrected by the government through the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, Kenya Power, and the county government. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I believe a committee of this House should conduct a proper interrogation of this stretch of the road and recommend corrective measures. As much as we are celebrating big infrastructure programs in the country, there is need to look into the safety of pedestrians and all types of vehicles. There is general concern in the country that the current roads have ignored making provisions for pedestrians, persons with disabilities, cyclists, motorbikes, bus stops, and food bridges. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you.
Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I enjoin the distinguished senator for Vihiga to decry the rampant accidents and losses of life at Kaburengu. Mr. Speaker, Kaburengu is very close to Bungoma. It is actually the last small market before you cross River Nzoia into Webuye, Bungoma. This particular stretch, Mr. Speaker, has claimed many lives, as the statement provider has said. The area, Mr. Speaker, starts from a downhill stretch at a market called Chimoi and winds dangerously down towards the valley of River Nzoia for about 5 kilometers. And what happens, Mr. Speaker, is that most truck drivers, I don't know who tells them that when they engage free gear, they save fuel. When they are on that downhill stretch, they disengage their gear and run into what is commonly called free gear. There is even signage there warning motorists against driving in free gear. But they will engage that free gear, which automatically dismembers the hydraulic system of the truck. And when they encounter an emergency, the brakes just don't work. Mr. Speaker, you remember last year, a truck hit a matatu, lost control, and plowed through helpless women traders by the roadside, killing over a dozen of them. The last one that Senator Haneri is talking about, of the family from Ebwali in Bunyore, killed a whole family. And many others have happened, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, we don't want every time there's an accident to say high-ranking national and county government officials rushing to the scene to shed crocodile tears about how dangerous the place is and how we have lost people we will not replace. There must be action. The traders, it's a very busy trading center, Mr. Speaker, and because you come from the area. Why can't the government of Kakamega County build a market and get traders away from the road? That will put them out of danger. Because the women and the young people who sell tomatoes, they sell potatoes, they sell maize, they sell onions, they keep on running after vehicles. Some just get knocked down. And those single fatalities never count. We're counting the ones that are massive. But every other week, a trader is knocked down by either a speeding matatu or a truck at Kaburengu. We want to urge, Mr. Speaker, that this statement doesn't just pass through this House. I request that you recommend it to the committee in charge of roads so that they can see how to contain this black spot. Proper signage, speed control bumps, and any other measures that can be taken, including cyclist lanes, pedestrian lanes, so that we can be able to protect our people. More importantly, the county government of Kakamega, and I hope Governor Paranya is watching these proceedings, must go to Kaburengu and build a public market and get our people out of the roadside trading so that we can take them out of harm's way and danger. I also send my condolences to the family that lost their entire loved ones and all others that have died at this black spot, and urge the government that we have lost too many lives. We must bring this to an end so that the road users can be able to be controlled from their reckless behavior. Thank you.
Senator Christopher Langat.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I also stand with my friend and senator from Vihiga and condole these particular families who lost their members, the 6 of them. It is so sad, Mr. Speaker, that the people who are very healthy and going for a celebration, I hear it was a wedding, perished in a road accident at Kaburengu. It was so sad, and I want to express my saddest condolence to those particular families. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the greatest challenge we have in our country is behaving, as I've always been saying, proactively. Once an accident or unfortunate thing has happened, that is when you can see our government taking action. Last week, we were talking about the incident that is happening in Laikipia, and a day after, we saw several lorries of General Service Unit headed there, and yesterday at least we could see some action having been taken place, especially when the committee, the security committee from this House went to that particular place. I want to congratulate that committee because when they went there, they saw the reality on the ground. So I want to say, Mr. Speaker, whenever we go everywhere, most of the accidents that are occurring are preventable. In fact, you can see possible accident spots wherever you drive in the highways in this country. Most of the pumps that are raised by the wananchis, wherever accidents occurs, are not marked. The road, the public works do not do anything to those particular places. The black spots, more often than not, are not marked with signs to show those particular dangers. I want to say, even in Bomet, we have experienced so many accidents as a result of roads that are not marked. You see, sometimes pumps are raised and there are nothing to indicate that there are pumps ahead, hence vehicles and motorcycles knocking them, hence contributing to a lot of accidents. So I want to say the government should bring this one to rest, and more so. I tend to think that, like other countries, especially developed countries, the government always we should come up with a legislation that whenever such things happen, the government should take responsibility of ensuring those families and even giving them a lot of money to stand their family challenges. I want to say in some countries, whenever an accident occurs, and it is the responsibility of the government, therefore the burden goes to the government so that they feel it and make sure that the roads are in good condition. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say it was so sad, and I want to stand with our senator from Vihiga and condole those families, and if possible, Senator, you can organize us so that we raise something in support of those particular bereaved families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Musurve, brief.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, to thank Senator Haniri for bringing up this statement. And I condole with the families that lost their bereaved ones in the Kaburengu accident. And Honorable Speaker, this is not the first time the issue of Kaburengu is coming on the floor of this House. Many times we have raised this issue of Kaburengu, that there is need for synergies, to be erected on the roads, Honorable Speaker, because when you're traveling that route, it is very difficult to see a bump clearly. The bumps are not so clear, the rumble strips are not so clear, and the Kaburengu junction is very central, Honorable Speaker. It is the junction that connects people going to Webuye from Lugari, Eldoret, people going also to Kakamega, Kisumu, people going also to Bungoma. So there's need for, the contracting, in fact, the contracting authorities, those who have been assigned, the duty of contracting and they've been paid. There's need for them to really come up with, rumble strips that are clearly marked, bumps that are clearly marked. And Honorable Speaker, just something that is very, very serious. There are also children crossing the roads, along, that junction and all the way to, from Lugari to Eldoret, but there are not also people guiding children crossing the roads. So when they're going to school. So there's a danger of also school children also being also knocked by vehicles, Honorable Speaker, and also even business people, Honorable Speaker, who actually sell there. They're at risk of, having accidents that are not intentional, Honorable Speaker. So there's need for the government to ensure that justice is done and that rumble strips are erected there. And if there's any contractor that had received money in contracting that road, the contractor should be brought to task so that he actually ensures that synergies are there and clearly marked, Honorable Speaker. And even pedestrian walks, Honorable Speaker, need to be there. And also even for people with disabilities crossing the roads, Honorable Speaker, it is a sort of state that anyone crossing there who has a disability is likely to lose his life or is likely to be knocked, Honorable Speaker. This is something that must be corrected before it happens, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity. I support the statement.
Finally, Senator Chilayako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Senator Haniri for raising this matter that is tragic, is sad, and has wasted lives in a family. I want to condole with that family and say I am in solidarity with them and my prayers are for them. Mr. Speaker, accidents that kill people are so many, and particularly in the road that Senator George Haniri has raised. We have a similar situation in Migori along the road that is under construction by AFD. It is Kisumu-Isbania Road. Mr. Speaker, there are certain sections of this road from Rongo constituency all the way to Isbania where there are no signs along the road. There are no bumps along the road. What appear to be bumps are things that are put up there, and they are made of marram and quite high and uneven. And Mr. Speaker, there are no sidewalks for people who are walking along the road. There are no other provisions for people with disability. Accidents last month were prevalent next to Ranen Market, Komolo Rume Market, and Awendo Market, and many families lost their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, as you refer this matter to the relevant committee, I would request that that committee considers nationwide finding a lasting solution from government as to what is being done about signs, about bumps, and about policing along those roads. In Migori County, we harvest and transport cane. Our tractors that haul cane do not have indicators. They do not have anything to indicate that they are tractors. So, Mr. Speaker, when you drive at night along those roads, you may overtake and just ram into a tractor and get killed. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important that the prevalent causes of accident is investigated and a solution provided to it in Bungoma and also in other parts of the nation where such accidents are prevalent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Senator Omanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Oh, sorry. I wanted to direct the Committee on Road Transport to take up that matter so serious. You can take your seat, Kidogo.
Thank you, Mr.
No, I'm saying take your seat. Take your seat. I'm still communicating. I was saying the Committee on Transport should take up that matter because I happen to come from that area, and what has been raised is so serious that it needs to be investigated and remedial measures put in place to save the lives of people. So please, the committee, take up the matter. Senator Omanga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a very active member of this House, I've got so many statements, but 2 have appeared on the order paper today. My first statement, Mr. Speaker, I rise on pursuant to Standing Order number 48-1 to seek for statement from Standing Committee of National Security and Foreign Relations. In the statement, the committee should, 1, state progress made by authorities on the investigations of recent children kidnappings across the country. Then 2, outline plans put in place on protection and prevention against children violence across the country. State whether physical, moral, and counseling support has been given to the families and to the children who have been affected. Thank you. That's my first statement. Should I go on with my second statement, Mr. Speaker? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My second statement is on the alleged illegal eviction of residents living in Nairobi City County Staff Housing Units in Isili and in Pumwani. Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations regarding to the illegal eviction of residents from Nairobi City Water and Sewerage Staff Quarters at Isili Section 3 and the Pumwani Maternity Staff Quarters at the Meru Road in Nairobi City County. In the statement, the committee should, 1, explain the circumstances surrounding the eviction, subdivision, and allocation of the parcels of land belonging to Nairobi City County government by a private developer. Hope, Mr. Speaker, the chair devolution is listening. Number 2, the committee should provide the current survey plans, deed plans, and title deeds of the said parcels of land. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the committee should state the plans that have been put in place by the Nairobi City County Government and the Nairobi Metropolitan Services to ensure protection of county institutions and properties from illegal acquisition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Chararge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank one of the most active members of this House, Senator Omanga, for that hard work of the 2 statements. Maybe 2 quick observations. One, Mr. Speaker, on the statement on the issue of evictions. I think, Mr. Speaker, there is a steady rise of infrastructural evictees. In the past, we used to discuss about the forest evictees and IDPs. But it is unfortunate that infrastructural evictees continue to rise, especially in Nairobi City County, among other towns. Mr. Speaker, the biggest problem that we are facing as a country is that there seems to be a miscommunication between the agencies and the county governments. The notorious agencies of Kenya Urban Roads Authority, KURA, Kenya National Highway Authority, KENA, have been the people who are mostly do the evictions within the cities and because of expansion of roads and road reserve, Mr. Speaker. I think as a Committee of Roads and Transport, they should go beyond and understand what is the multi-agency between the coordination of KURA, KENA, and even National Construction Authority, NCA, Mr. Speaker. You saw yesterday in Kisumu, a building collapsed. And yet the NCA have been given authority to be the people who provide the standardization, ensure that the compliance is done. But the county government of Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, the KURA and KENA, there seems to be not proper coordination when it comes to evictions that we are seeing in the city. Mr. Speaker, the third point that I wanted to make is I thought there was a communication within government, although there could be dysfunction with this government. Let's assume that there's functional government that has been there, Mr. Speaker, has indicated that there should be no evictions within the COVID period, Mr. Speaker. You can imagine evicting these people at this point in time. Most of Kenyans, according to KNBS last year, we indicated that 1.7 million Kenyans have lost their jobs. You can imagine that these Kenyans that are supposed to be evicted, Mr. Speaker, where will they get a job? Where will they get rent, Mr. Speaker? So I think going into the future, the Roads and Transport Committee must tell us the evictions that were done in Ruai, others that were done in Kawankwara and many other places, even in Meru and many other parts of the country, Mr. Speaker. The Roads and Transport Committee must tell us what was the communication of Ministry of Health, Interior Ministry, Mr. Speaker, and also the national government regards the evictions, especially, Mr. Speaker, during this COVID pandemic. And finally, on the first statement, Mr. Speaker, just one comment, is that the issue of kidnapping of children had become rampant of late, Mr. Speaker, and it is a worry to many parents, especially in Nairobi. We have seen cases where children are being kidnapped for various reasons, but the DCI has not been able to crack. But I hope, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I saw when the issue of Laikipia came up, the Minister of Interior, the IG and DCIO just sent some secretaries within their meetings to appear before the national security. But when it comes to the National Assembly, the CS and his entire team, including the ones that are put on their uniform, normally appear before the Committee of the National Security in National Assembly. So I hope when this matter of kidnappings, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Interior, the DCI and IG and all relevant, even the head of issues of children's services within government, Mr. Speaker, and the ministry in line must appear in person before the National Security Committee of the Senate, Mr. Speaker, so that we are not treated to the drama where, and I think, Mr. Speaker, I want to request you that you need to re-emphasize the need as to why the head of those departments might appear before the committee, because, Mr. Speaker, we cannot operate that way. When it comes to National Assembly, they appear without qualms, but when it comes to Senate, they send their secretaries and their private assistants to appear before our committees. I think you need to re-emphasize that when you indicate that somebody should appear as per the Constitution of Kenya has been provided, they must appear as a cabinet secretary. The Constitution is very clear. It does not say the Chief Administrative Secretary, CAS, should appear because the Constitution does not comply with that. So I was disappointed, Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, that when the National Security Committee of the Senate invited the CS, they decided to send some busybodies within those ministries, Mr. Speaker. I think this one should stop. They should appear when required before this committee so that we can function. But if they think they should not appear, then it becomes contemptuous before the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Mohamud.
Mr. Speaker, let me also add my voice to the statement requested by Senator Omanga, the issue of kidnapping of children. I think this is a serious matter. It has been going on for a while. In fact, it was very rampant a month ago. But more recently, Notimi children, a very prominent scholar, Abdul Samad, was kidnapped by unknown people in Isli in a vehicle which had the wrong fake number plate. Up to now, nobody knows whereabouts. From the 8th of September, Mr. Speaker, I think this country, we need our security forces to up their game so that, when things like this happen, unless they are the ones who are behind it, they should actually come out and deal with this matter very urgently, because it's very worrying that in daylight, in broad daylight, you are kidnapped by people who are driving, very luxuriously, and you are taken away and nobody knows about you since 8th September. Today is the 13th of September, and 5 days ago, this matter of kidnapping, it was children before. Now they have gone for prominent people, prominent scholar, a scholar in Horn of Africa matters. So it's missing and it's very worrying. I think this matter must be dealt with. Our security forces must up their game. I thank Madam Wanga for bringing them statement. Thank you.
Thank you. I think that's okay. Senator Irungu Kangata. Not that deferred. Senator Beatrice Kwamboka.
Mr. Speaker, I'm there.
Where?
Mr. Speaker.
Oh, okay.
Online.
Where?
Online.
Okay. Okay, Senator Kangata.
I'm ready to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We can't see you.
Mr. Speaker, you can see me. I'm online. And my video is on. Mr. Speaker, I'm online.
We are not seeing you.
I don't know. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm reading the statement or the settings. But I'm ready to read it, Mr. Speaker.
We want to see you. Put on your camera.
A minute, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, we can now see you. But you are where are you?
I'm in my office, Mr. Speaker.
No. That's not an office, Senator Kangata. I'm sorry, we can't allow that. Sorry, we can't allow that. You have to be, the rules are very clear on where you should be. So you are out of order. You are out of order, Senator.
Mr. Speaker, I apologize. Maybe you can defer it for 5 minutes. I enter the...
Yeah, when you are in an appropriate place, I will give you an opportunity. Senator, okay, Senator Beatrice Kwamboka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I raise pursuant to Standing Order 48-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations regarding the enforcement of the nationwide curfew in containment of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the statement, the committee should, number one, explain why there is discriminatory enforcement of the curfew hours in the country, in general, and within Nairobi City County. In particular, where restaurants in Nairobi West area are forced to close by 7 p.m., while the other facilities operate until 9 p.m. in Eastlands. Number two, state the challenges faced by security in enforcement of curfew hours nationwide. And number three, apprise the Senate on the actions being taken by the Ministry of Interior and coordination of national government to ensure that officers enforce the curfew and related guidelines effectively and uniformly across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, don't see. Okay, Senator Milgo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me support the statement of Senator Kwamboka in terms of security issues when it comes to curfew time in actually capping spread of COVID-19. However, in most cases, we have had a lot of challenges, more specifically when it comes to implementing the rules of curfew time by our security forces. We've had people being beaten up. Some of them are being bundled into cars or various areas in the most ungood ways. And in this case, this ends up not actually achieving what was intended for. We have had curfews again affecting even marketing hours. It has affected sourcing for food And we have had complaints from various quarters because of the fact that the implementation of curfew hours have not been streamlined. And we are calling upon our national government to look at how curfew is meted. Recently, for example, Mr. Speaker, the western area of our country was under curfew. And Bomet County, which was far away from that area, was made under curfew, despite the fact that we had a low number of COVID-19 cases. That one brought a lot of challenges in terms of working hours, in terms of even sourcing for food, and in terms of even schooling hours for our children. Mr. Speaker, sir, this is a very important statement, and I think it is not only affecting Nairobi County, it is affecting all other areas where curfew has been set, and we are asking that this should be looked into further. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank Senator Kwamboka for bringing such a step.
Senator Stewart Mazayo.
Asante, Bwana Spika. Bwana Spika, kwanza nataka kumpatia hongole dada yetu Kwamboka kwa kuleta hii taarifa. Bwana Spika, kulinganishana na vile wananchi wanaona na sisi wenyewe tunaona, ni kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais aliweza kuweka mkazo ili watu ikifika wakati wa saa 3 wawe wameenda nyumbani. Lakini Bwana Spika, tunaona kwamba kuna nasema kuna shida ya kuimplement hii, kwa sababu kuna upande mwingine wafanyi biashara wa aina mbalimbali wanafunga maduka yao kama saa 2 ili saa 3 waweze kwenda nyumbani, alafu saa 4 waweze kufika majumbani kwao. Lakini tunaona ya kwamba wafanyi biashara hasa wanapata tabu katika upande wa ubaguzi. Kama ni ukweli, ukiangalia mahali kama upande wa Nairobi, Nairobi West, huku upande wa magharibi, utaona ya kwamba watu wanalazimishwa kufunga biashara zao, na kwingine watu wanaruhusiwa kuendelea. Na hii yote inaletwa kwa sababu ya uzembeaji wa kutengeza hii sheria ya kwamba ikifika saa 3 ili kila mtu anaanza kufunga biashara yake. Nikisema hivi ni kwamba pia uzembeaji huu hauko Nairobi peke yake, huko katika hata sehemu zile za pwani. Kwa upande wa Kilifi tunaona kwamba kuna maeneo mengine yanaruhusiwa mabaa kuoperate mpaka saa 3 saa ngapi, wazi kabisa mbele ya polisi wakiwa wanaona. Na hali kuna biashara zingine zinasimamishwa mapema sana. Maduka ambayo watu wanaweza kujifaa kununua vitu yanafungwa na mapema ili watu waende nyumbani kutekeleza wajibu ule wa kuzuia watu wasitoke usiku. Lakini hii pia imefahamika wazi kabisa kwamba kuna watu wengine wanaruhusiwa kuendelea kufanya biashara kabla hiyo. Kwa hiyo tunasema hii sheria ya COVID ambao watu wameambiwa wazuiliwe ikifika saa 3 wawe wameenda, iwe inafanywa kisawasawa, ili biashara zote ikiwa itafunga saa 3 wafunge saa 3, sio wengine wanafunga saa 1 na wengine wanafunga saa 3. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Senator Imana Malaki.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I also wanted to support this statement by Honorable Kwamboka. COVID-19 is here with us, and it's out there throughout the world. And it's really affecting our country by the fact that business is closed, as Honorable Matsai just said. And so many people are forced to go home. In the process, it's actually affecting the economy of our country. Now, this is a disease, in my view, that I really do not think we are going to eliminate it. So when you're faced with a problem like this, I think we need to think about how we can work with COVID-19, just accept it as a normal way of life now, is the new normal, and see how we can deal with it while living our usual lives running our businesses as usual, but taking care to stay healthy. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, I've traveled a number of times on our main roads, maybe coming from Lodwar to come to Nairobi or going from here to go to Lodwar. And the traffic on the roads is just as usual. So question becomes, if people are being controlled to control the spread of COVID-19, who are those people on the roads at wee hours of the night or even at about 11, 12, who are the people on the road? And those same people are the ones that are probably getting through by giving some little money to those who are supposed to stop people traveling. And so they travel and spread the disease. So then it doesn't make sense to say, oh, you close your bars at this time and go home, because there are still others who are traveling and spreading disease in the process. So that somehow brings a dilemma. Should we close all the roads at a certain time and only leave it for ambulances and essential services? Or should we just go with what I say? Let's live our normal lives while taking care that we don't get sick. Let's get things go so that we manage this disease by living our lives normally, but taking care that we do not get sick. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this statement and hope that something progressive will come out of it. Thank you very much.
Senator Mwenye Haji.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii kuunga mkono taarifa ambayo imeletwa bungeni na Seneta Kwamboka. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza hivi majuzi mahakama ilitangaza kwamba zile kanuni za curfew ni haramu na hazifai kutekelezwa, na nafikiri amri hiyo ilitolewa na koti, High Court hapa Nairobi, na nafikiri kuendelea kutumika kwa kanuni hizo za curfew, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kinyume na sheria na ni kinyume na amri ya mahakama. Jambo la pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni kuwa hizi kanuni za curfew ambazo zinatangazwa mara kwa mara ni lazima ziletwe bungeni ili ziweze kuangaliwa, kuchunguzwa na kuweza kupasishwa kama inavyosema ile Statutory Instruments Act ya 2013. Mheshimiwa Spika, nafikiri kutoka mwaka jana tulipomaliza na kamati ya COVID maalumu, mpaka sasa sijaona regulations zozote ambazo zimeletwa hapa bungeni kuhusiana na mambo ya curfew ama kuhusiana na jambo lolote linahusiana na mwelekeo wa mambo ya COVID katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, kama mwenyekiti wa kamati ya delegated legislation, hatujaletewa kanuni zozote. Kwa hivyo hizi kanuni ambazo zinatumika kwa sasa, Mheshimiwa Spika, ziko kinyume na sheria na haifai bunge kunyamazia jambo kama hilo. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika.
Senator Wetangula.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also support this statement in calling upon the agencies of state to have an even approach in handling the issues of COVID restrictions. Mr. Speaker, last week I had the Inspector General directing removal of roadblocks that had become toll stations every time COVID restrictions are being enforced at the curfew time. But more importantly, Mr. Speaker, is the effects, the shock effects on small businesses. Mr. Speaker, we have been told that COVID-19 is a new normal. If it's a new normal, then we must go back to normalizing as many sectors of our economy and social life as we possibly can. One, by mass testing of Kenyans. Two, by mass vaccination of those eligible for vaccinations. If you look at countries, Mr. Speaker, like Israel, they are giving third-round injections or vaccinations to the entire population. America has vaccinated almost 2/3 of the population. Here we are still lagging behind. We understand that the government is receiving a lot of donations and acquisitions of vaccines. But we need extraordinary measures, Mr. Speaker. The luxury of saying you get vaccinated if you agree. We have had cases, Mr. Speaker, previously where a sect called a Corino, who constantly refused to go to hospital, used even to be prosecuted whenever they kept their sick in the houses instead of taking them to hospital. If it is government policy that all eligible vaccinees as citizens of Kenya must be vaccinated, then you cannot speak from both sides of your mouth and say vaccinations are important, must be done, but vaccinations will be voluntary. If this disease is so dangerous that we are vaccinating the whole world, then we cannot have the luxury of telling any Kenyan eligible to be vaccinated that is voluntary. Because the moment we say it's voluntary, we'll have people who will be constantly spreading this virus to others and causing untold death, untold harm, and slowing down our economy. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the government that whenever you have this kind of situation of restrictions, and Senator Mwenye Haji is right in citing the law, that whenever you want to have restrictions of movements of Kenyans, Parliament has the ultimate say. That's why I said last week, Mr. Speaker, when members were calling for KDF to be sent to Laikipia, I said you can't do that unless you have got an express authority from Parliament, because our military cannot be used for internal order, it is for protecting our territory. Mr. Speaker, as we continue battling with COVID-19, the government must realize that there are so many small businesses that have collapsed. And in fact, it's not just small businesses. I saw on TV last night, Mr. Speaker, a count of 5 four-star hotels that have closed down in Nairobi. They were close to 5 big hotels, Intercon next to Parliament, Radisson Blue, Norfolk, a very iconic hotel in Nairobi, and many others. All this is because of COVID-19. How do we, Mr. Speaker, take measures to reopen the economy? The Minister for Health and the multi-sectoral and multi-agency groups that have been put together must now be designing to tell Kenyans the little do's and don'ts that will normalize life so that the matatu industry does not collapse, the small eateries that employ young single parents does not collapse, the transportation industry taking food to markets does not collapse. We want to run a 24-hour economy so that our economy can be able to sustain our needs as a nation. I support the statement, Mr. Speaker, and I urge the police that in enforcing these restrictions, be fair, be just, and be open. We can't have situations where some places, as soon as it hits 8, the police are knocking. In other places, we've been told of places in certain privileged parts of this city that are open 24 hours. So this uniform application of the law doesn't augur well for a good society. Thank you.
Senator Cherargei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to commend Senator Kwamboka for bringing this timely. Mr. Speaker, I thought the Health Committee, last time we had a discussion and I saw the chair, should have been updating the House on the issues of status of COVID pandemic in the country, just like the Council of Governors have been doing, because we do the oversight, so that they can be telling us the status, because we agree, and I agree with colleagues, that in modern countries, they are now administering the booster after the other doses of vaccination. But, Mr. Speaker, it is unfortunate that a curfew, among other containment measures, were done in good faith, but the implementation has been done maliciously. I think the biggest beneficiaries, to be honest, of this curfew pandemic, the curfews, Mr. Speaker, the biggest beneficiaries have been the rogue police officers. I know they are good police officers, but the wayward police officers, the criminal elements within the police service, Mr. Speaker, have been using the issue of curfew to do the unthinkable, Mr. Speaker. Remember the Kianjongoma brothers, and I'm happy the judiciary and the, Mr. Speaker, I think you should order Senator Kangata to switch off the noise is coming with. Mr. Speaker, as I was indicating, we agree with the containment measures that have been put in place. But the rogue police officers within the service, you remember the killing of Kianjongoma the Kianjongoma brothers, Mr. Speaker. You remember even in Lesos, a police station was burned after the police killed a motorbike operator who had no mask. We have seen enormous cases where extortion is being done in broad daylight because of this curfew, Mr. Speaker. So I think in order, we agree that containment measures should be used, but it should not be a license for extortion by the police officers or rogue police officers, Mr. Speaker. And one interesting thing with curfew, the police are so efficient when it comes to implementing the curfew. But when you are attacked and you go to a police station, they tell you there is no fuel. Bring 1,000 shillings or 1,000 or 2,000 shillings for them to be able to attend to an insecurity in a specific place, Mr. Speaker. So I saw the Inspector General of Police engaging the Kenyans on Twitter, which is a good, but he is yet to answer to the country that the issue of roadblocks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yesterday I was privileged to be in your county, and I can assure you all is well. But you still see police officers on the road, Mr. Speaker. There are many roadblocks next to Webuye there. You have roadblocks. Yet the Inspector General of Police, and Mr. Speaker, the sad thing is that even roadblocks and curfew roadblocks are being put in the villages, even the small roads that are being used by border. But it is so shame, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I was driving through Bungoma all the way to Eldoret and even to Nandi, the roadblocks are still there. So we need, and I wanted to ask the National Security Committee to take up with the IG to ask him what is happening, Mr. Speaker, so that all of us can be safe, Mr. Speaker. Finally, Mr. Speaker, of course we agree the night economy has been killed, Mr. Speaker. You know, in those small vibandas, you could buy mutura in the evening. Those are people who are making money. There are other businesses that are done in the dead of the night. They have been killed, and many Kenyans have been lost, Mr. Speaker. There are others business that were done, maybe car wash and many other businesses that were done at night, Mr. Speaker. There is also effect of the prayers, Mr. Speaker. Nowadays, you cannot go to Kesha because of curfew, and we need people to pray so that curfew can go away, Mr. Speaker. So those are many economies that have been destroyed of the night, Mr. Speaker. Of course, the nocturnal activities have been affected greatly, Mr. Speaker. So all these things have been affected
Senator,
by
you seem
curfew.
to be dwelling so much on nocturnal activities. What is it?
Mr. Speaker, no, I'm not a victim, Mr. Speaker, but I'm just indicating that by and large, that the night economy has seriously been affected. Even the people who go relax in the evening and many others have been affected because those people earn money, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to call upon that this matter should be treated urgently. I agree, Mr. Speaker, as Senator Kwamboka has said, the high-end estates in this country, people operate up to around midnight. But when you go to these small estates within that are called the middle income and the lower cadre estates, like the slums, the police enforce quickly. So, Mr. Speaker, we need uniformity of the implementation, Mr. Speaker, in terms when it comes to curfew, and I hope this matter should be taken seriously, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, finally, I want to thank you and many colleagues who prayed for me. Finally, the charges, and Senator Wetangulo is here. Finally, the politically motivated charges when I was arrested in Kabuchai by-elections have been dropped by the DPP, and it shows by and large, Mr. Speaker, that political persecution and political blackmail continue to be a threat to open and free democracy. But I want to thank Senator Wetangula. He had said I've learned a few lessons on how the game should be done. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Ochilo Ayako.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity here. And Mr. Speaker, just from Senator Cherargei, I think in police cells, it is very difficult to enforce curfew because you're already inside there. Now, Mr. Speaker, these curfew regulations, I want to say from the onset that they were intended and they continue to be intended to regulate our lives and to make us safe. But the enforcement of these regulations has not been aligned to common sense. In fact, these regulations have been enforced so ridiculously that many people continue to suffer from how the police are enforcing them. Mr. Speaker, 2 months ago, I lost the parents to my campaign manager, both the father and the wife of my campaign manager. One body was in Nairobi and another body was in Kisumu. So we flew the body from Nairobi to Kisumu and we expected the bodies to be ferried in one hearse. When we reached Kisumu, these curfew and related regulations, we were told that bodies cannot travel at night. We had a hearse having a body and a family parking in front of a mortuary with passengers, and they could not bring or take home a man and a woman. So I had to look for the powers that be in this nation to have them ferry a man and a woman who had died together with their children. That shows you how ridiculous these regulations are being enforced. Mr. Speaker, you may drive from Nairobi to my village, which is 6 hours, and get a puncture somewhere in Bomet or in Kisii. As you try to fix your vehicle, then curfew time arises. How to explain that to the police, that what you are doing was fixing your vehicle? How to survive in places where you cannot get accommodation? So you can see how ridiculous it is these regulations are being enforced. Now, Mr. Speaker, I come from a county called Migori, which is largely rural. We may have emergencies at home, and we do not have ambulances in Migori. So I'm somewhere in North Kanyamkago and using boda or kitanda, trying to ferry my patient to hospital. The police will talk to you and stop. You want money, they'll not care that you are attending to an emergency. So the committee concerned should find out how ridiculous these enforcements are. Kenyans must continue to live. The regulations are good, but how they are enforced are not aligned to common sense. We are a common sense nation, and ridiculous enforcement of regulations will make us suffer for nothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Musuruve.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support this statement from Senator Kwamboka. And I would like to say, Honorable Speaker, Senator Kwamboka has really brought food for thought on this floor. And when you're talking about COVID, it's not going away any soon. And in many parts of the world, people have gotten back to normalcy. When it comes to business, people are still going on with their business. If you go to places like Turkey, people are going on with their business. In Dubai, people are going on with their business. Why are they doing this, Honorable Speaker? It is because more than 70% of the citizens have been vaccinated, Honorable Speaker. And the countries have taken it upon themselves to ensure that they're coming up with a sustainable, solution to COVID. And there is no sustainable solution to COVID other than the vaccination, Honorable Speaker. Because when you talk about curfew all the time, economy of the area goes down, and we have to look for ways and means of ensuring that our economy springs back to normalcy, Honorable Speaker. We have to see to it that children are also going to school, Honorable Speaker, because as we are speaking right now, there are so many children, even with disabilities, who have not been vaccinated, Honorable Speaker, and the government must look into ways and means of ensuring that vaccination reaches those children, because they are the vulnerable of the vulnerables. And so when it comes to vaccination, Honorable Speaker, when you're talking about members, people who should be vaccinated, Children with disabilities should be on the front line. The elderly should be on the front line. Teachers should be on the front line. And the whole country should be on the front line, Honorable Speaker. Because when we talk about enhancing curfew, we are not coming up with a lasting solution. We are just empowering the police to keep troubling our citizens, beating them during the curfew hours, and not letting our people go on with their business as usual, Honorable Speaker. I support this statement by Senator Kwamboka.
Finally, Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support this statement by my good friend, Senator Kwamboka. Mr. Speaker, the issue of curfew is quite saddening because of the way the law is being applied, or rather the enforcement is being practiced. Mr. Speaker, some of us traverse these counties day and night, and in most cases, and we do that because we work. There are so many Kenyans who work late at night, those who work in the construction industry, and sometimes when they close their jobs at around 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, when they go home, they are arrested. So it defeats. You're trying to protect Kenyans from being in danger or from them not to contract COVID, yet you're making it difficult for them to earn a living. You know, you really cannot, even in law, double jeopardy, you cannot be tried twice. You're already in trouble, and they already put you in a big trouble. Because even for you to be able to get that opportunity to work, you're being literally, you cannot be tried twice for the same offense. That's double jeopardy. So what is happening now is that we just need to reason and see how best we can be able to assist. I support the police in doing their job, 100%. But I think also what we need to do is to find a way so that the senior police officers can also be human and they can understand that these people are not just exposing themselves to danger. Mr. Speaker, in Nairobi, and we politicians are guilty of this, we have joints that we go and drink. And we can drink in those joints until 3 a.m. Very senior people. But there are other joints which are closed at 7. So really, I think, first of all, it is upon us as leaders to make sure that we don't allow that extension of that, of our fun. Mr. Speaker, when you go to Kilimani, or you go to Village Market, you go to Ruaka, there are pubs which are open almost 24/7. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, hoja yako ni gani, Senator Matzayo?
Senator Ledama, ndugu yangu na rafiki yangu wa karibu sana. Lakini ikifika saa ya maswala ya kuendesha ratiba ya bunge kisawasawa, hapo tunatengana. Nikiuliza hivyo katika hoja ya nidhamu ni kwamba amesema kwamba yeye kama mmoja wa wale viongozi ndani ya hili taifa, kuna mahali anapokwenda wanakaa, polisi wanapajua, wanakunywa ama wanastarehe mpaka saa 9, saa 10 asubuhi wakijivinjari. Sasa wakijivinjari na nani? Hapo hatutaki kwenda huko. Lakini tunauliza tu, ikiwa wanajivinjari mpaka saa hizo, na wale walalahoi ama wale ambao hawajiwezi, watu kama wanaoketi wanaojivinjari mahali pale kama Nairobi West, wanaambiwa wafunge hizo starehe zao saa 1. Tofauti yao ni masaa 8 alivyosema yeye. Na ukisema kitu ndani ya bunge ni lazima utaje hapo mahali. Je, ni haki yeye kuongea bila kutaja hapo mahali? Je, anaweza kueleza hili bunge ni watu gani hao wanaoketi mpaka saa hizo, saa 8, saa 9 usiku, na polisi wanaogopa kwenda kuwashika hapo mahali?
I can see another point of order. Senator Cherargei, then you will respond to both of them.
Mr. Speaker, is it in order for Senator Ledama to say leaders go and drink up to 3 a.m.? Yet he knows very well that not all leaders drink. So he should be specific. I think, Mr. Speaker, Senator Ledama is casting aspersions, very serious aspersions, by saying all leaders go and drink up to 3 a.m. He should be at least say some leaders, so that is because Mr. Speaker and he should state. I think Senator Mazzaya said state these places that leaders drink up to 3 a.m. while the hustlers drink only up from 5 to 7 p.m. in the evening. Mr. Speaker, is it in order to say all leaders? Yet some of us, and I see most of my colleagues here, I don't want to mention names, only go for kesha, not to drink. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Ledama.
Mr. Speaker, let me respond by saying this. First of all, my good friend, Senator from Kilifi, his mask just broke because he knows very well that I'm saying the truth. So he was not being honest. My colleague, my good friend from Nandi, should pay attention next time when I'm speaking, because I said some of us leaders. I did not generalize it. Now, to respond to it, to their issues, Mr. Speaker, I'll give you the exact date. About a year ago today, our colleague here, Senator Sakaja, was arrested in a pub in Kilimani called Ladies' Lounge. Is Sakaja not a leader? Isn't it among some of us? And I said some of us. And this is the truth, Mr. Speaker. You know, one day I was coming from Narok at around, 10:30 p.m. And I passed through Ruaka. And one pub there, I don't remember the name because I don't go into those pubs, was open. When I came to Gigiri, I told those cops there, I said, instead of you stopping these cars here, go and close that pub there. And they said to me, that is a different jurisdiction. So the truth of the matter, even the statement raised by Senator Kwamboka did not name any pub. In fact, Senator Kwamboka gave a general statement and said, explain why there is discrimination enforcement of the curfew hours in the country in general or within Nairobi City County, in particular, where restaurants in Nairobi West area are forced to close at 7 p.m. You know, that's a general statement. So since we are seeking clarification, when you stand here to support a statement, you either seek more clarity, because I would have actually asked my good friend Senator Kwamboka to tell me, which restaurants are these? Can you tell me the exact names? Because we know the curfew in Nairobi is at what time? Is it 9 or 9 p.m.? So to be honest, some of the things that I think this committee on security should tell us, maybe when they expound further, is when are we going to open the economy? You know, that is the most important thing. Because we know these fingers are not the same size, Mr. Speaker, and maybe I'm speaking in tongue, but literally, there are those people who live in affluent neighborhoods. You know, they're not equal. Not everyone is equal. I know Senator Cheregai likes talking about hustlers and all that stuff, but the truth of the matter, Kenyans are suffering. Kenyans are suffering because nowadays, if the pubs are closed at 9 p.m., hypothetically, because now we hear some are closed at 7 p.m., there are those people who cannot be paid a full salary because they cannot be able to continue working. The businesses are hurting. So, Mr. Speaker, we know this economy is bleeding. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, we, and I always say we, because I hope that someday we can actually be able to really reflect on our roles as leaders. Right now, taxes in this country, we are taxing. You know, this country, we are killing this country. We cannot tax a country to posterity. All we are doing is that we are killing it. You know, it's COVID time, curfew, you know, we are attacking the police, and think about it. Sometimes, Mr. Speaker, those police officers are standing there from 5:30 in the morning because they have to clear you, Mr. Speaker. If you are going to Karen now, where you live, Mr. Speaker, the police will stand there and clear you. If they know that the Speaker is coming to work here, they will clear the Speaker to get here. So what we need to do is also to think about the police as humans and then find a way that we pass legislation here to regulate this issue of curfew. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, I would like the Security Committee also to tell us what happened with that judgment in the High Court. I know the Law Society of Kenya filed a case challenging curfew regulations. What happened? You know, so that we can all be fair. Us politicians, Mr. Speaker, we constantly hold political rallies. When the police come there, they try to enforce them. We say we are being sidelined. Oh, it's only a few of us who are being regulated. Others are not being regulated. So to end, Mr. Speaker, as I support this statement, can I finish?
What's your point of order, Senator Cherargei?
Is it in order for Senator Ledamo Lekina to say us politicians continue holding rallies, trying to speak from the high moral ground, yet yesterday he was in Azimio La Umoja meeting, where when we watched in the news yesterday, the people were crowded in a room and he was speaking. So he should be leading by example by avoiding also, because he's a leader. Is it in order to cast aspersions, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, I think my friend needs to understand English. I said us. You know, I did not point. He is not the only politician here. It is all of us. So it is our responsibility for us to be able to lead by example. We are not leading by example. So, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, because that was not a point of order. It was just a point of disturbance.
What he was saying, what he was saying is, as much as you're preaching that we must lead by example, you are not doing it yourself. So you need to do that yourself before you preach to others to follow. I think that's the point he's raising.
Mr. Speaker, his point is, anyway, let me not use a word that I wanted to use, because then he'll be up in arms and we'll continue on this statement forever. But what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the economy is hurting. We need also to realize that the police are human. So when we give instructions to the implementation of this curfew rules and regulations, we need to be sober enough. And I want to call upon the Ministry of Interior to really think about the welfare of not only the police, but also to think about the welfare of Kenyans. This issue of pubs, if we allow pubs to close at 9, let it be uniform. So my plea to the Security Committee is that when they are giving responses to Senator Kwamboka, they should go further by coming in and telling us that the entire country, the time to close pubs or restaurants is 9 p.m. or 7 p.m., so that it is uniform. Number two, Mr. Speaker, and I finalize here, even in those pubs and all those businesses that we have, most Kenyans who do not have a voice, and I'm sure we speak here as a voice of Kenyans, suffer. Because if they are mistreated in any business, if they want to find out who the owner of that business is, they will not be told. So it is important that in any business in this country, for those businesses, restaurants, to display the ownership, they have to clearly indicate there that this is the owner of the business, this is the manager, so that they have a complaint mechanism. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. I think the point has been made. It was a good statement about uniformity in enforcement of the law. Senator Enoch Wamboa. It's deferred. Senator Enoch Wamboa had two statements. So, Senator Kangata, you are now properly in the chamber.
First is to apologize, Mr. Speaker, sir, for being in an office which has a safety belt, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 48, Sabbatical 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Trade, Tourism and Industrialization regarding the operation of Murang'a County creameries. Mr. Speaker, in the said statement, the committee should, 1, state the ownership structure of Murang'a County creameries, including the share of the creameries owned by farmers. 2, inform the House on the level of farmers' representation in the running and management of Murang'a County creameries and the cooling plants in the dairy sector value chain in the county, particularly in regard to the decision-making process. Number 3, spell out the reasons why Murang'a County Creameries is not operational, taking into account that milk is very perishable and therefore requires a steady market. Finally, explain why the creamery has not paid farmers their arrears for milk deliveries, as well as transport costs and rental arrears for cooling plants. Mr. Speaker, sir, Murang'a County Creameries, which is owned by Murang'a County government, owes Murang'a farmers millions of shillings. And they are complaining, and that is why I have brought this petition, so that this House can intervene and ensure Murang'a farmers are duly paid. Milk is currently being produced by almost 70% of Murang'a households. We need an explanation as to why there are delayed payments and why, finally, Mr. Speaker, sir, we cannot have a situation where Murang'a farmer is being paid about 42 shilling per litre, which is currently the market price for milk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think that brings us to the end of the statement hour. Though we had passed the notices of motion, but I'll use my discretion to allow Senator Dulo to issue notices of motion. Distinguished Senator Fatuma Dulo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to give notice of the following motions. Reconstitution of standing committees. Mr. Speaker, sir, that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 14 December 2017, 14 February 2018, 21st February 2018, 21st November 2018, 20th March 2019, 19 June 2019, 28 April 2020, and 24th June 2020 on the approval of senators to serve in the various standing committees of the Senate, and pursuant to Standing Orders 189, 218, and the second schedule of the Standing Orders, the Senate approves the following senators nominated by the Senate Business Committee to serve in the Standing Committee of the Senate as follows. Committee on Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries. Senator Professor Margaret Kamar, EGH MP, to replace Senator Engineer Ephraim Maina, MP. Number 2, Senator Haji Abdul Mohamed, MP, to replace Senator Dr. Mbito Michael Malinga, MP. Number 3, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Inima, MP, to replace Senator Boy Isa Juma, MP. Number 4, Senator Agnes Kavindu Mudhama, MP, to serve as a member. Number 2, Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations. Number 1, Senator Njeru Ndwiga, EGH MP, to replace Senator Aaron Cheruiyot. Number 2, Senator Samson Cherarge, MP, to serve as a member. Number 3, Senator Irungu Kangata, MP, to serve as a member. And Senator Agnes Kavindu, MP, to serve as a member. Number 3, Committee on Education. Senator Naomi Shionga Masitsa, MP, to replace Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Inima, MP. Number 2, Senator Boy Isa Juma, MP, to replace Senator Professor Imana Malaki Charles Ekal, MP. 4, Committee on Energy. Senator Susan Kihika, MP, to replace Senator Abshiro Halake, MP. Number 2, Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH, MP, to replace Senator John Nderitu Kinyua, MP. Number 3, Senator Haji Abdul, MP, to serve as a member. Number 4, Senator Moses Wetangula, EGH, MP, to replace Senator Professor Imana Malaki Ekal, MP. 5, Committee on Finance Budget. Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, EGH, MP, to replace Senator Dr. Ochilo Ayako, EGH, MP. 6, Committee on Information, Communication, Technology. Number 1, Senator Samuel Pogisio, EGH MP, to replace Senator Gideon Moi, CBS MP. Number 2, Senator Engineer Mohamed Mohamed Maalim, CBS MP, to replace Senator Susan Kihika. Number 3, Senator Moses Kajwang, MP, to replace Senator Petronila Were Lokorio, MP. Number 4, Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve Anima, MP, to replace Senator Mercy Chebeni, MP. 7, Committee on Justice, Legal and Human Rights, Senator Engineer Ephraim Maina, to serve as a member. Number 8, Committee on Labor and Social Welfare, Senator Ledama Olekina, MP, to replace Senator Jones Mwaruma. Number 2, Senator Philip Salau Mpaye, MP, to replace Senator Paul Mwangi Gidiomi. 9, Committee on Land, Environment, Natural Resources, Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, MP, to replace Senator Ndwiga Peter Njeru, MP. And further, that Senator Gideon Moi, CBS MP, ceases being a member of the committee. Number 10, Committee on National Cohesion, Equal Opportunity and Regional Integration, Senator Abshiro Halake, MP, to replace Senator Dr. Christopher Andrew Langat, MP. Number 2, Senator Dr. Achilo Ayako, EGH, MP, to replace Senator Dr. Gertrude Musuruve. 11, Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations, Number 1, Gideon Moi, CBS MP, to replace Senator Engineer Mohamed Maalim, CBS MP. And Number 2, Senator Paul Mwangi Gidiomi, MP, to serve as a member. 12, Committee on Tourism, Trade and Industrialization, Senator Aaron Cheriot, MP, to replace Senator Philip Mpaye. Number 2, Senator Professor Imana Malaki Charles Ekal, MP, to replace Senator Dr. Agnes Zani, CBS MP. Lastly, Senator Petronila Were Lokorio, MP, to replace Senator Mercy Chebeni. Mr. Speaker, the second notice of motion is that notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 14 February 2018 and 24 June 2020 on the approval of the Senate to serve in the Committee of Powers and Privileges, and pursuant to Section 15(1)B Roman 2 of the Parliamentary Powers and Privileges Act and Standing Order 189, the Senate approves following senators nominated to serve in the Committee of Powers and Privileges. Number 1, Senator Canon Naomi Wako, MP, to replace Senator Dr. Alice Milgo, MP. Number 2, Senator Christine Zawadi Gona, MP, to replace Senator Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH MP. Number 3, Senator Haji Abdul Mohamed, MP, to replace Senator Kimani Wamatangi. The third one, Mr. Speaker, that pursuant to Standing Order 17, the Senate approves the nomination of Senator John Deritu Kinyua, MP, as a member of the Speaker's panel, and further to be elected to preside over the Senate in the absence of the Speaker and Deputy Speaker pursuant to Article 107, 1C of the Constitution and Standing Order 15 of the Senate. Finally, notwithstanding the resolution of the Senate made on 30th March 2021 on the approval of the senators to serve in the sessional committee on delegated legislation and pursuant to Standing Orders 189 and 219, then the Senate approves the nomination of Senator Professor Samson Ongeri, EGH, to replace Senator Eric Okongo Omgeni, Senior Council MP, as a member of the sessional committee on delegated legislation. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 8, motion, adoption of the report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation on the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021.
You seem to have heard me silently. Yeah, I think it's you who had not finished contributing. So yes, Senator Faki.
I move the report. Yes. Madam Speaker, I would have loved to move this report in Kiswahili. However, due to the technical nature, many members will be lost. So I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation on the consideration of the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021. Madam Speaker, let me give a brief background before delving into the content of the said report. The Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021 were published by the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury on 25th May 2021 pursuant to Regulation 2063.
Senator Faki.
Yes.
You did not complete in moving. Please complete the whole sentence so that it's on record. Read the whole motion.
Sorry, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation on the consideration of the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, 8 September 2021, and that pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act and Section 205 of the Public Finance Management Act and Standing Order number 2214B, the Senate annuls in its entirety the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021. Madam Speaker, the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021 were published by the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury on the 25th of May 2021 pursuant to Regulation 2063 of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015, and are intended to be applied to the management of the sinking fund established under Regulation 2061 of the regulations. The guidelines were submitted to the Senate by the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury on the 3rd of June, pursuant to Section 11(1) of the Statutory Instruments Act 2013. The guidelines were then tabled before the Senate by the Majority Leader on the 6th of July 2021 and subsequently committed to the Senate Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation. The Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation considered the guidelines and received submissions from the National Treasury on the 1st of September 2021 and from the Central Bank of Kenya on 7th of September 2021. The guidelines are made pursuant to Regulation 2063 of the Public Finance National Government Regulations 2015 and are intended to be applied to the management of the sinking fund established under Regulation 2061 of the said regulations. The purpose of the fund, Madam Speaker, a sinking fund is created and set up purposefully for redemption of government loans and securities. Certain amount of money is regularly set aside to finance both the principal and interest of the public debt before its maturity date reaches. The objective of the fund is to mitigate future cash flow challenges arising from heavy repayment of debts whose grace periods have expired. This shall facilitate paying off maturing public debts, buying back bonds with interest when the interest is low, and retire some of the debts early to avoid higher costs in the future. Madam Speaker, capital of the fund, the sources of the fund shall include consolidated fund budget vote for redemption of debts and other debt-related expenses from the exchequer to be remitted to the fund continuously. Monies appropriated by Parliament for purposes of the fund, fees and commissions earned by the Public Debt Management Office in execution of its mandate, income invested from the balances of the fund, foreign exchange gains from external loans to the national government, and any monies accruing to or received by the fund from any other lawful source with the approval of the Cabinet Secretary, and any other sources of the fund provided for by an Act of Parliament. Expenditures of the fund, payments out of the fund shall be for redemption of government loans and payment of expenses incidental to the loans. Other administrative expenditures shall be on the basis of annual work plans and cost estimates that shall be prepared by the administrator of the fund, recommended by the committee and approved by the Cabinet Secretary at the beginning of the financial year to which they relate. Madam Speaker, establishment of the Sinking Fund Advisory Committee. It is proposed that the committee membership be made up of the PS in charge of finance as the chairperson, the Director General PDMO as secretary, that is Public Debt Management Office, DG Accounting and Services and Quality Assurance, and the Director General Public Investment and Management Portfolio. The key functions of the Advisory Committee shall include providing advice on administration of the fund and reviewing and recommending the revenue and expenditure estimates of the fund to the CS in each financial year. The fund administrator shall be the head of the Public Debt Management Office. Honorable Speaker, some key observations made by the committee on the guidelines were as follows. Number one, Kenya set up the first sinking fund in the 1960s under the Internal Loans Act, Chapter 420 of the Laws of Kenya. The fund remained dormant, and the process of winding up the fund is currently before the National Assembly. B, Section 50, Subsection 8 of the Public Finance Management Acts permit the Cabinet Secretary in charge of Treasury, with the approval of Parliament, to establish such a sinking fund or funds for the redemption of loans raised under this Act by the national government. Despite this, Regulation 2062 of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015 limits the scope of the fund to payment of expenses of and incidental to redemption of an issue of government securities and the redemption of an issue of government securities. Despite the limitation above, the guidelines as currently drafted as per guideline number 32 expand the scope of the fund to include national government loans that are not envisaged under the provisions of Regulation 206, Subregulation 2 of the Public Finance Management National Government Regulations 2015. Conflict with the Central Bank of Kenya Act. Madam Speaker, Section 4A(1) of the Central Bank Act mandates the Central Bank of Kenya to formulate and implement foreign policy and foreign exchange policy and hold and manage its foreign exchange reserves. It further observes that Guideline 5E of the guidelines provides that one of the sources of the fund shall consist of the foreign exchange gains from external loans to the national government. The committee noted that the National Treasury is not mandated to hold foreign exchange reserves, and as a result, Guideline number 5E of the guidelines is inconsistent with Section 4A(1) of the Central Bank of Kenya Act. E, the committee further observed that guidelines fail to take into consideration Clause 4A(1)(e) of the Central Bank Act, which mandates the CBK to be the fiscal agent of the government. F, the committee observed that it was unclear how foreign exchange gains from external loans to the national government shall be realized when the sinking fund is comprised in local currency. This observation was made on the basis that the Central Bank of Kenya informed the committee that whereas the sinking fund is in local currency, Kenya shillings, the guidelines under Section 5, the guidelines under Regulation 5, under Guideline number 5E, provide for the realization of foreign exchange gains from external loans to the national government. The committee was further informed that the realization of foreign exchange gains from external loans to the national government will not ordinarily happen unless the amount of local currency accumulated was more than that needed to offset the external loans obligations at the prevailing exchange rate. Madam Speaker, the guidelines proposed the establishment of a sinking fund advisory committee, which is proposed to consist of the principal secretary in charge of finance as the chairperson, the Director General, Public Debt Management Office as the secretary, the Director General, Accounting Services and Quality Assurance as the director, and the Director General, Public Investment and Portfolio Management. The committee observed, Madam Speaker, that the Central Bank of Kenya is not a member of the committee, yet Section 4A 1E of the Central Bank of Kenya Act, the bank is the fiscal agent of the government. Madam Speaker, consultations before making the instrument as per Section 5 and 5A on proof or demonstration of sufficient public consultation, the National Treasury in the explanatory memorandum indicated that it had invited interested members of the public to submit written memorandum and comments on the guidelines. The National Treasury did not, however, provide proof of such consultations made in the development of the guidelines. From the presentations made by the Central Bank, a key player in the public finance sector with a constitutional responsibility to formulate monetary policy, it was clear that it had not been consulted in the making of the regulations. Therefore, and there is therefore a need for effective consultations to be undertaken with the relevant stakeholders. Madam Speaker, it is on the basis of these observations that the committee recommends that the Senate resolves that the Public Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021 be annulled. Madam Speaker, I just wish to add that Kenya, throughout its existence, has not defaulted on any of its loan obligations. And therefore, setting up of this fund will deprive the economy of useful funds that could be channeled into very useful and income-generating projects, unlike the present situation where the fund proposes to just reserve the funds for payment of future loans. Madam Speaker, the other aspect of the matter is that at the moment, we have experienced situations where funds are delayed to be taken to the counties. So we cannot afford at this particular time funds being set aside, yet counties are suffering without receiving any funds. Madam Speaker, I beg to move, and I ask Senator Kajwang to second this report. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Kajwang.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second the report of the Committee on Delegated Legislation that has recommended the annulment of the Sinking Fund regulations that have been brought before the House. Madam Speaker, in agreeing with the Committee on Delegated Legislation, which we have given the responsibility of considering and getting to the details of all regulations brought before this House, Madam Speaker, I'm satisfied that the committee, in recommending annulment, has reached out to the relevant stakeholders, has looked at the merits and demerits of the action that they propose the House to adopt, and in doing so, they have put the best interest of the nation first. Madam Speaker, a sinking fund is not a new thing. In the United Kingdom, in the 1700s, they established, I think that is when the sinking funds were first established, because a sinking fund is established by a sovereign entity, and they set aside revenue over a period of time to fund a future capital expenditure or repayment of a loan. Madam Speaker, the sinking fund is generally funded by revenue surplus or budgetary surpluses. And in our country, over the last couple of years, since the Kibaki days, we have never had a budget surplus. We are in constant budget deficit. So we can't have a surplus that we can set aside and say that this money is saved for a day when we'll be repaying our loans. In fact, Madam Speaker, it is quite an oxymoron that a country that does not have adequate resources to finance its development and has to go to foreign lenders to advance its loans would then set aside funds for payment of those loans. If we had the money in the first place, we would not even be going for those loans. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that the thinking is a little bit warped. Even though the PFM Act has provided the space for the CS Treasury to establish a sinking fund, we must remember that this country has had a sinking fund that was established in the 1960s under the Internal Loans Act. And from the 1960s to date, Madam Speaker, that sinking fund has not been operationalized. And currently, there is a process of winding it down. It would be important for Treasury to tell us
what they're going to do differently to ensure that this sinking fund is viable. And as we've said, we do not have a surplus that we can set aside for this. Madam Speaker, I agree with the Delegated Legislation Committee, especially in its finding that the Central Bank of Kenya has not been appropriately consulted and represented in the proposed oversight and advisory board of the sinking fund. Madam Speaker, the Central Bank of Kenya is a fiscal agent of the government of Kenya. And in many respects, they've done well. It is my view that when it comes to monetary policy, the Central Bank of Kenya has done exceedingly well. And I want to laud the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, and I know that he's been working hard to ensure that he builds a capacity of the Central Bank of Kenya. Recently, he tapped into a very experienced person when it comes to matters of economics, a gentleman called Professor Mudida, to head the research department of the Central Bank of Kenya. I believe the Central Bank of Kenya, if they tell us that this sinking fund, as proposed by Treasury, is not viable, then we need to listen to them. Madam Speaker, CBK, as a fiscal agent of the government, as an entity that manages the forex reserves of this country, cannot be left out of the advice, operations, and oversight of this sinking fund. Madam Speaker, I want to conclude, as I support the committee, by also saying that we have so many other budgetary priorities that ring-fencing funds and setting them in a pot somewhere for payment of loans might not be feasible. What we need to do is to ensure that our budget goes to fund productive sectors of the economy. If the wealth of a nation is measured by the services and goods it produces, what we should be doing is to fund and to finance productive sectors, dairy, livestock, agriculture, aquaculture, tourism, manufacturing. Those are the sectors that are going to generate wealth, Madam Speaker. And it is through that wealth that we are going to get taxes, and it is through those taxes that we are going to get money to repay our debts. Setting aside funds in this manner, even though it is an economic practice, sounds lazy to me. And I think that the CS Treasury should very much be concerned about enhancing the productivity of this economy so that we grow our GDP and our wealth. Madam Speaker, I thank the Delegated Legislation Committee because time and time again, they have confirmed that Senate is not a walkover when it comes to legislation through regulation. And Madam Speaker, I want to encourage the chair of this committee to continue scrutinizing all the regulations that are brought to this House, bring back the reports in a timely manner, because when they delay, some of those regulations take effect automatically. I want to urge the House to support the committee in its findings, and I want to ask Treasury to go back to the drawing board, have a conversation with the Central Bank of Kenya, have a conversation with all stakeholders, look at the bigger picture of growing the pie, rather than ring-fencing and keeping money in a pot somewhere, so that when they bring back regulations to this House, there'll be regulations that will not be contested by key stakeholders within the sector. Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable Senators, I now propose the motion that the Senate adopts the report of the Sessional Committee on Delegated Legislation on the consideration of the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021, laid on the table of the Senate on Wednesday, the 8th September 2021, and that pursuant to Section 18 of the Statutory Instruments Act, Section 205 of the Public Finance Management Act, and Standing Order 2214B, announce in its entirety the Public Finance Management Sinking Fund Guidelines 2021. Senator Olekina Ledama.
Madam Speaker, I must admit that you caught me unaware and not fully ready, but let me give the few points that I wanted to give.
I would start with Senator Mboko.
That would be
Two of you were
that would be really
on
good.
queuing.
Yes.
Senator Mboko, George Ochila Yako.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make my remarks regarding this matter. Madam Speaker, I would like to give accolade and positive tribute to the able chair of this committee, my learned friend and colleague, and also a person we went to the same university with, for chairing this committee, looking at the delegated legislation in time, and making recommendation that shows the independence of this committee and this House. Madam Speaker, the Senate and the Parliament generally, including National Assembly, are the ones that are empowered to legislate. We are the ones who are constitutionally given the responsibility to legislate. Delegated legislation is a short leash extended to certain entities to come up with legislation that would perfect or that would enable them discharge functions that arise from substantive legislation that is associated with performance of their function. Madam Speaker, it is not their business, it is not their core function to legislate. So it is important for Parliament, Senate, and the National Assembly to be watchful of what they intend to do to extend or to encroach into the legislative mandate of the Senate. And Madam Speaker, I'm happy with this committee as chaired by my able colleague and learned friend, Senator Faki, when they have recommended that a thorough look needs to be made to this proposal by Treasury. Treasury as an institution, particularly in this epoch, has been very opaque. Treasury has never come forth, and I'm in Finance Committee as Vice Chair, so I speak with authority. They have never come forth, they have never been open, they have never been transparent when it comes to funds under their control and discretion. We have something that is called equalization fund that we have been completely unaware about, and we have completely not seen how it has been implemented. Equalization fund as something that has come into being and was established pursuant to law and has associated regulation, has never been implemented and has never benefited anybody. So you can see the opacity with which they have handled that fund. I doubt whether their handling of this fund that they intend to set will be very different. So if we are establishing this fund or permitting its establishment under the same environment, I do not think that the output would be any different. So, Madam Speaker, I am in agreement with the committee that we need to be watchful, not just with our two eyes, but with all our organs. We need to be watchful with our ears as we listen to what has been happening. We need to look at the history of the behavior of this National Treasury, and we need to be sure that when we authorize this, it will be for the benefit of Kenyans. So, Madam Speaker, that is one point. The second point is that as you look at the economy and its performance today, everybody knows that we are indebted up to our hair. We owe monies left, right, and center. We are forced to go to predictable sources for taxes like fuel and others in order to meet our financial revenue targets. So why and what makes it urgent to establish a fund when how to put money into that fund is in doubt? Is it a priority to establish a fund now when we do not have a fund? when we have pending bills that are so many that we are not paying for them. So where are we going to get money? Where are we going to get resources to sink into this sinking fund? So because it does appear that we do not have excess funds for sinking into this sinking fund, I doubt whether it is our priority to establish this fund unless a magic wand would emerge from the current national treasury to be able to put money into this fund. Madam Speaker, if you look at public institutions that are expecting funds from treasury, the judiciary is crying foul. The judiciary is screaming for quick disbursement of what is in their budget. All of these 47 counties, including your own, Madam Speaker, Uasin Gishu County, has not been funded, and workers out there in Uasin Gishu have not gotten their share of revenue. In Migori County, where I come from, the county assembly is yet to pay members and staff. Workers have not been paid. Pending bills are heaped and are lying there. They have not been paid. So what is it that National Treasury are in a hurry to establish a sinking fund when in the first place they do not have funding, and they are unlikely to have funding to put there? So I smell mischief, and I believe that there is no urgency. I believe that we should listen with all our organs, including our intuition, including our ears, including our stomachs and our senses, to know why this bill is of such an urgent nature that it needs to be, to know why these regulations are of such an urgent nature that we need to establish the sinking fund. My gut feeling says that what the Delegated Legislation Committee of the Senate has smelled is what we all need to smell. So I want to wholeheartedly, with both my mind, spirit, and belief, be in support of the position that the Delegated Legislation Committee has arrived at, and agree with them in entirety, send this proposal back to National Treasury, and ask them to come out and tell us what we have not been told about this proposal. I beg to support the motion, Madam Speaker, or the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Olekina Ladam.
Madam Speaker, I thank you, and thank you for allowing me to compose my few words. I want to go straight to the point. I rise to support the report by the Delegated Legislation Committee, Sessional Committee, in terms of their findings in regards to setting up of a sinking fund in this country. Madam Speaker, sometimes I ask myself whether what is written on paper can become practical in this country. Madam Speaker, when you look at the devolved government structure currently, a lot of county governments are crying that employees have not been paid, MCAs have not been paid. Until last week, Madam Speaker, most counties were not sure of when they'll ever get money. But here, we have Treasury working on their own, without consulting even the central bank, decide that the Kenyan economy is doing so well, we have extra money that we can be able to set aside to be able to pay for future loans. Yet currently, we are struggling to pay the existing loans. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy with the work done by the Committee on Delegated Legislation, because they have made it easy for Kenyans to understand what is actually happening in this country. Madam Speaker, in layman terms, a sinking fund is where you set money aside. That money doesn't earn any interest. It literally means that you have so much money that you are capable of paying all the loans currently that you have. You have a perfect economy. Everyone in the 47 counties is being paid their salary on time. The doctors are not striking because the county governments are not able to meet their contracts. You know, you have extra money. In fact, in basic terms, it means you are setting money aside for a Christmas holiday in the Bahamas. You have enough money right now. So you want to be able to wait until in Christmas time. You don't have to save money then. You can go back to your sinking fund and get money for you to go and enjoy. What Treasury should be telling us is that now, because we don't have a lot of money, we want to work with central bank such that we can negotiate on either current loans or any future loans. We can restructure our loans. Last year, Madam Speaker, when we were having the debate on the debt ceiling, Treasury gave us the reason as to why they wanted to increase the debt ceiling. They told us we are doing so that we can be able to restructure our loans. Today, Treasury is actually telling us that, no, we are doing so well such that we can stop. We have paid everyone. We have sent money to county governments on time. And now we have enough money to be able to set up a sinking fund. Isn't that an oxymoron, Madam Speaker? You know, I think we need to be alive to the fact that this country, what is written in paper is not the reality out there. You know, we have so many ways, and those are the ways that we should be exploring. You know, instead of putting money aside that doesn't earn any interest, we should ask ourselves whether we are biting more than we can chew. We should ask ourselves whether these loans that we've never had a problem paying for them since independence. In fact, if it is on a credit report, our credit is very good. It is not like the millions of Kenyans who are listed in CRB. The way we are currently, Madam Speaker, every country out there wants to do business with Kenya because we pay our loans. The moment we now start setting money aside to pay future loans is the moment we'll start having problems meeting our obligations. So, Madam Speaker, I really would like to request Treasury, before coming up with any regulations, to take their time, consult. In fact, I know Treasury have, I think they have a parastatal, which is called Kipra. Sit down with them, you know, with that body, utilize the intelligence of the members of that body, sit down with the central bank and find out what are we doing wrong. Everyone talks about the issue of this country being broke. When did we stop being broke, Madam Speaker, such that we have enough money to be able to set aside? Last year, Madam Speaker, when we kept our counties waiting to receive money, when we were engaged in a debate where we voted for more than 10 times on the revenue formula, most of us who were in the know and who could sit down and do mathematics were actually asking themselves, where are we going to get this extra 42 billion to be sent to the counties? Then cleverly, the executive played with our minds and added 70 billion. But what they did not tell us then is that they were taking all the conditional grants and lumping all that money and then now giving it out to the counties. But I'm very happy that at least this Senate is alive to the fact that conditional grants cannot be shareable revenue. And that is the reason why we now had to come up with a conditional grant legislation. So that when we are sending money to the counties as conditional grants, we follow a particular law. We do not commingle funds. So, Madam Speaker, I fully support this report, and I want to urge all the other committees. But in most cases, this will fall into the committee of my good friend, Senator Haji from Mombasa. Is it Senator Haji? Mwinyi Haji. I really appreciate what you've done. You've saved this country. You are saving this country. You are saving the future generation. Let us not just do things for the sake of doing them. Earlier on, Madam Speaker, I stated on the floor of this House that we can never tax Kenyans or any country cannot impose taxes for posterity. the taxes that we are increasing on our Kenyans are taxes that are killing them. If we have enough money, and I want to send this message to Treasury, if we have so much money such that we can set up a sinking fund, let us start by cutting down the taxes that we are taxing our Kenyans. Madam Speaker, if you buy a simple product from abroad, a product that will cost you maybe 50,000 shillings, here in Kenya, it's 150,000 shillings. Look at fuel as an example, Madam Speaker. The cost of bringing fuel into this country to the port is 56 shillings per liter. But because of taxes, we end up paying 110 shillings per liter. This is a debate we normally have every 14th of every month. So, Madam Speaker, I really believe that my good friend, Ukuri Yatani, means well for this country. I think before forwarding anything to Parliament, he should sit down with these people and tell them, no, enough. And if there's anyone out there, Madam Speaker, who does not notice that this country is bleeding and that every single penny which is out there should be sent to counties, we should fix the roads, we should send more money to counties rather than just saving money, putting it aside, that person needs to wake up, Madam Speaker. We must learn to live within our means. We must stop this utopian thinking that if you've set up some money aside, you can be able to, you've already taken care of everything that needs to be taken care of. So, Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support and I fully appreciate the work of Senator Mwinyi Haji on this matter.
Thank you very much, Senator. There being no other request, I would like to call on the chair of delegated legislation. Okay, Senator Wetangula, yes, he had not pressed earlier.
Madam Speaker, I was in some discussion with some senators there. Madam Speaker, I support this report and thank the distinguished senator from Mombasa for a job well done. Madam Speaker, our country has done well and has not done so well in many respects. We've done well to the extent that we are not one of the notorious loan defaulters. In fact, we are not a loan defaulter in any way in our borrowings. But we have not done so well because we borrow heavily. We borrow heavily to the extent that, Madam Speaker, in the 90s, we were spending over 35% of our GDP in debt service. Now we are spending even more. Debt service is a very heavy burden on our economy. And when you have such a burden on your economy, you cannot then enjoy the luxury of having a sinking fund, where you're just putting money in an escrow account. It lies there, earns no interest, no purpose other than when you are under stress, you can use it to pay your debts, when you are not a defaulter, and when there is no lender threatening to take you to the Paris Club, the place that many defaulting countries get arraigned before. And the conspiracy of international capital, Madam Speaker, is that a default of payment of loans to Germany or to France or to the US or to the UK or to China or Japan, you are all arraigned before an informal sitting called the Paris Club, where you are blacklisted, and if the Germans blacklist you, you automatically become blacklisted by all the Western lenders. This money that has been in this account, Madam Speaker, has also not been money that has been run transparently or earning interest. We have, as the Constitution 2010 requires, we need free flow of information, particularly to Houses of Parliament, and that one would expect the Treasury to bring a statement of this account to Parliament annually for the House to know how much money there is there. And when you establish a fund like that, even when you take out the money, you need the authority of Parliament. We have never had any such engagements with the Treasury, Madam Speaker. So the wisdom of Senator Mwinyi and his team to annul the regulations that set up this fund is laudable, because when we have, like Senator Fonaroka said, medics are crying they're not being paid. Counties are crying money is not going there in good time. Projects are stalling because there isn't enough money to keep them going. And yet you have money lying in an account that is idle, that does nothing. It's like what they do in the Ministry of Energy, Madam Speaker. When you want to be a user of the pipeline, you put in the pipeline 1 million liters of fuel called dead stock. That 1 million liters is just to fill your void in the pipeline. You don't use it, you don't benefit from it, but it is there. That is a luxury nobody in business can afford. And I want to support this report very strongly, and it's going to lift a lid on a discomfort that I'm sure even the Treasury itself has been suffering, that you are putting money somewhere and you don't touch it. What I would expect, Madam Speaker, and I thought my colleague from Narok would go that far, is that what we need now is to create structures for a sovereign fund. A sovereign fund where proceeds from our extractive industry, including the oil, including minerals, can be kept there with a maturity period that is so strict, the way Sweden has done, the way Norway has done with their sovereign fund, where once money is put in their sovereign account, it matures after 50 years. And now when you look at the economies of Norway, of Sweden, they are awash with money that is maturing from the time they started their oil exports and oil wealth generation. So we need, Madam Speaker, the Committee of Finance and Mwinyi committee to start engaging the Treasury on how to craft very tight regulations for the creation of a sovereign fund that will be very handy in the future. And the good thing with a sovereign fund, Madam Speaker, is put in an interest-earning account. You don't touch it until maturity. And when it matures, it is then released into the economy to boost the economy. That way, we'll be using our resources more prudently than putting our money in a sinking fund. I support the report and thank the committee for a job well done.
Thank you, Senator. I see another member, Senator Matsayo Stewart Mwachiro.
Asante sana Bispika. Bispika, kitu cha kwanza ningependa kumpatia kongole ndugu yangu Seneta wa Mombasa Mohamed Mwinyi Haji Faki kwa kuweza kuleta maelezo kama haya kuhusikana na mambo ya hii hazina. Bispika, kwanza naunga mkono. Ziko sababu tatu ambazo nataka niunge. Cha kwanza ni kwamba hii hazina ya kuzama. Hazina ya kuzama hii ni inaambiwa ni hazina ya kuzama Bispika kwa sababu ni kitu ambacho kinatarajiwa. Si kitu ambacho kiko hivi sasa. Na ni kwamba ile mikopo ambayo itapatikana wakati wa siku za usoni ama siku zijazo, hii hazina inaanzishwa hivi sasa ni kwamba iweze kutafakari kuweza kulipa yale madeni ama kuweza kulipa ile mikopo ya siku za usoni. Bispika, tunaona jambo kama hilo si jambo la kisawasawa, kwa sababu huwezi kuchukua pesa hivi sasa ukaziweka katika shimo alafu ukasema ya kwamba zitaweza kulipa madeni ya hapo mbeleni. Bispika, ni kwamba hakuna hata siku moja. Cha pili ni kwamba hakuna hata siku moja serikali yetu ama nchi yetu imeshindwa kulipa hizi pesa, madeni ambayo yameingia katika nchi. Madeni yote yanayoingia tunajua tunafanya mipango ili iweze kulipwa yale madeni. Lakini utaona sasa hivi kumetokea mabonyenye ambao wanaweza kutumia akili ya kwamba kanuni za zile hazina ambazo zinatakana kuwekwa katika mikono ya Central Bank hivi sasa wanaziweka katika Treasury, na utaona ya kwamba wale ambao wanatakana katika ile Central Bank wawe pia watahusika na zile kuweka hizi katika hii hazina hii ya kuzama, ili waweze kuchangia kuona ya kwamba ni sheria mwafaka zinafuatwa, ili yale madeni ambayo yataka kulipwa ama hasia kulipwa ama ni sheria kanuni zinafuatiliwa. Ni kwamba hawako katika ile meza ya kuangalia matakwa haya ambayo yanaendelea hivi sasa katika ofisi ya fedha. Speaker, la mwisho tunaona ya kwamba usimamizi mkuu ambao unatakana kuangalia mambo ya hizi pesa ni usimamizi ambao ni lazima ama ni sharti huo unafanywa katika majukumu ya watu wawili, mikono ile ya Central Bank ama benki ile yetu ya kati kubwa na mikono ya Treasury. Lakini kulinganisha na sheria, ikiwa mkono mmoja hautaweza kuwekwa katika hiyo kamati kama hiyo ama maangalizi ya kutumia hizi pesa kama hayo, basi tutaona ya kwamba kutakuwa na shida kubwa usipohusisha Central Bank, na hao ndio wenyewe ambao wanaweza kuangalia matumizi ya hizi pesa ama madeni ya hizi pesa vile yanavyolipwa. Asante, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. I see another Senator, Senator Ongeri Samson Kagengo.
Yes, I did. I thought I had Cheragay. That's why I was looking. Madam Speaker, this is a very good decision by the Committee of Delegated Legislation. And let me take the earliest opportunity to thank the Business Committee for having allocated me to be a member of that committee. I understand that I'm in that committee, and I'll obviously be able to play my role. Now, one of the major elements in this regulation is in respect of the sinking fund. And the sinking fund normally is a good idea. It's not a very strange idea to anybody, even at the family level. When you want to save for a specific item, either for a holiday or for buying your spouse or buying your children something specific, you set aside some funds so that when that time comes, you are able to spend it with ease and without any difficulty. The issue that arises now in these particular guidelines of 2021 is that this sinking fund was set in 1963 at independence time. And up to today, it has never been operationalized. What we are in fact are witnessing today is the piling up of pending bills. When I was the chair of Public Accounts Committee, one of the issues that we noticed was that there are so many pending bills that have not been paid for by either national government or by the county governments or by the defunct local authorities government, and therefore is a carryover from the past to the present level. And that's why it becomes very difficult to be able to operationalize the current budgets, whether it be national budgets or whether they be county government budgets or the parastatal budgets, because of the pending bills nature that we have. And one of the biggest impediment to the growth of the economy is non-payment of bills that have been incurred by very good suppliers who have given their goods and services, done their services properly, and they are not being paid, and therefore many of them have run bankrupt. And therefore, what is the use of setting up a sinking fund, one which has not been operationalized in the past since 1963? Today, you are intending to put in new guidelines to operationalize, to achieve what objective? Our debt ratio is one that we've been crying here all the time, that the ceiling is so high that it will be very dangerous at this stage. And much more important is that we have the Central Bank of Kenya Act. And the Central Bank of Kenya Act is obviously in conflict with the guidelines which are being set up by the National Treasury. Thirdly, one of the other elements that we need to be very cagey and very wary about is that how does the National Assembly or the Senate have access to be able to oversight this fund? Because when you give a carte blanche to a National Treasury to spend money that they have put aside, their own regulations are in conflict with the Central Bank Act itself, how does either the National Assembly or this Senate been able to access those funds to be able to oversight on the funds that are being set aside for a specific purpose? And therefore, I want to thank the chair of the delegated legislation for having taken this timely action, because if you don't do so, it's one way that you are putting this money into a sinking hole. The people will just gather the money, and one morning somebody will wake up and be able to apply it to a specific item. They will say it was a decision of the officials, of mandarins of the Treasury, and therefore they decided that this money must go to a specific item without any plan, without any oversight, without any audit whatsoever. No indication how that money is going to be spent in one level or the other. For me, I see it as a very dangerous process, that if we allow this to proceed the way it is now, and these guidelines are carried through, it will be very dangerous for us, and we may be creating another hole where money will be sunk without the knowledge of the legislative arms of this government. Therefore, I support this amendment, the cancellation or the annulment of this Regulation 2021, because basically they have no basis upon which they must exist. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. And finally, Senator Harkura Kodana.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'd like to support the committee's position, the Committee of the Legislative Delegation on its position on the sinking fund regulations. And I'd like to join my colleagues in stating that the law has been in place for a long time, but it took long also to come up with the legislation. Madam Speaker, if you look at the kind of budgets we have been operating for the past few years, we have been having a very high deficit where we had to continuously borrow, and we have been going into debt because of that. But the idea behind this fund, which is supposed to be setting aside fund which can be used in future to pay debts and also redeem bonds, Madam Speaker, we don't have that luxury as it is now, because what we are going through is having a lot of deficit, and instead of living within our means, we have always been having budgets where we are servicing debts of up to 1 trillion shillings and still borrowing about 1 trillion shillings each year to service our budget while still we are paying debts. So I don't know how somebody will be thinking of having fund to set aside when we are not even living within our means, when we are still digging deeper into debt, instead of concentrating on how to come up with a budget which we can sustainably finance. And that is where we should be putting our energies. And instead of having these funds, which, even from experience, from what we have been seeing in this country, if we create this kind of funds, then they might be subject to other abuses which will not even meet the intended purpose. So, Madam Speaker, I support the committee's decision to reject these regulations and instead urge the Treasury to concentrate on how to come up with a budget which we can sustainably fund, and also see how we can make sure that we only budget for what we can sustain with our own funding, and see how we are going to manage the debts which we have dug ourselves into. That way, we can now, in future, once we go to surplus budget, then we can be thinking of these funds. Otherwise, it might be suspect at this time coming up with this kind of regulations, because we might be setting aside funds which would have gone ahead in improving the economy of this country, gone ahead in providing employment, so that the economy itself will generate the extra funds which will now necessitate this kind of fundings and this kind of funds, and at the right time, then we can have this kind of legislation. Thank you. I support the committee's position.
Thank you, Senators. May I now call on the Chair of the Committee on Delegated Legislation, Senator of Mombasa, to give a response.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I wish to thank all the senators that have contributed on this motion for their contributions, and I want to assure the Senate that we shall consider all other regulations that come to our committee impartially and to the best interests of the country and the Senate. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the Governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, Dr. Njoroge, for his able presentation before the committee. Madam Speaker, when we met the Governor on the 7th, he took time to take us through the regulations, the fears that the CBK had on those regulations, and he was unequivocal that at the moment the country does not need this fund. What he said, what was needed was a proper strategy to manage our debt, so that the debt that we are incurring is able to be utilized properly, and the country achieves economic prosperity as we move along. He also informed us that there are many alternatives that can be applied to manage the debt, as opposed to the sinking fund, which will result in setting aside funds to lie idle without any economic activity. Madam Speaker, the Governor also informed us that he'll soon be meeting the Finance Committee of the Senate to discuss the issue of debt, the debt issue, and I will invite members of that Committee of Finance and any other senator that will be available to attend this meeting, because it will be an eye-opener on the work that we do in this House. Madam Speaker, finally, I want to thank the Speaker and the Secretariat of the committee for their able assistance to the committee in consideration of these regulations and any other regulations that are coming before this committee. Madam Speaker, I move that pursuant to Standing Order number 61(3), the putting of the question be deferred to a later date. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. So we'll defer the putting of the question. Thank you. Next order.
Order number 9, Committee of the Whole, the County Government's Grant Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2021.
Yeah, I'll request the clerk to read all the Committee of the Whole orders so that we report all of them at the same time. Next order.
Order number 10, Committee of the Whole, the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020.
Next order.
Order number 11, Committee of the Whole, the Basic Education Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2021.
Next order.
Order number 12, Committee of the Whole, the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 32 of 2020.
Next order.
Order number 13, Committee of the Whole, the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 31 of 2020.
Thank you, Senators. So we shall now move to the Committee of the Whole.
Honorable Senators, we are considering the Committee on the Whole of County Governments Grants Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2021.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that Clause B be part of the bill. Mover, Chairperson.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 3 be part of the bill. I beg to move that Clause 3 be amended as provided in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 4.
I propose the question that Clause 4 be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 4 be deleted.
I propose the question that Clause 4 be deleted. I put the question that Clause 4 be deleted, division at the end.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that Clause 5 be part of the bill. Mover, Chairperson.
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the bill be amended by deleting Clause 5.
I propose the question that Clause 5 be deleted. I put the question that Clause 5 be deleted, division at the end.
Clause 6.
I propose the question that Clause 6 be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the bill be amended by deleting Clause 6.
I propose the question that Clause 6 be deleted. I put the question that Clause 6 be deleted, division at the end.
Clause 7.
I propose the question that Clause 7 be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Madam Chair, I beg to propose that the bill be amended by deleting Clause 7.
I propose the question that Clause 7 be deleted. I put the question that Clause 7 be deleted, division at the end.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that Clause 8 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Standing Committee on Finance and Budget.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I beg to move that Clause 8 of the bill be amended as provided for in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 9.
I propose the question that clause 9 be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move that clause 9 be amended as provided in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 9 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 10.
I propose the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 10 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 11.
I propose the question that clause 11 be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 11 of the bill be amended as provided in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 11 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 12.
I propose the question that clause 12 be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 12 of the bill be amended as provided in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 12 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
New clause 13.
I propose the question that new clause 13 Chairperson, kindly move the amendment on clause 13. On the second reading. Can you kindly approach the table, please?
Madam Chair, I beg to move that new clause 13 be now read a second time.
I propose the question that new clause 13. Sorry. I propose the question that new clause 13 be read a second time. I put the question that new clause 13 be read a second time. Division at the end.
The first schedule and the second schedule.
I propose the question that the first schedule and the second schedule be part of the bill. I put the question that the first schedule and the second schedule be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Madam Chair, may I approach? Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
The title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Madam Chair, I beg to move that the title be part of the bill.
I propose the question that the title be amended as proposed. I put the question that the title be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 1 be part of the bill, division at the end.
When we will come to reporting progress.
Mover.
Madam Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order number 148-1, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report to the House its consideration of the County Government Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 of 2021, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report to the House its consideration of the County Government's Grants Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2021, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. May as many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Where's the next bill? Honorable Senators, we are now considering Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020.
Clauses 2, 3, and 4.
Move it to move.
This is it's a small error. Just proceed to propose the question.
I propose the question that clauses 2 to 4 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 2 to 4 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 5.
I propose the question that clause 5 be part of the bill. Chairperson? Senator Dr. Mbiti.
Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment in clause 5 as listed in today's order paper.
I propose the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 5 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 6 and 7.
I propose the question that clauses 6 to 7 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 6 to 7 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 8.
I propose the question that clause 8 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Dr. Mbito.
Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment in clause 8 as listed in today's order paper.
I propose the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 8 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clauses 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
I propose the question that clauses 9 to 14 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 9 to 14 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Dr. Mbito.
Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment in clause 15 as listed in today's order paper.
I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31.
I propose the question that clauses 16 to 31 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 16 to 31 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 32.
I propose the question that clause 32 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Dr. Mbito.
Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment in clause 32 as listed as in today's order paper.
I propose the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 32 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 33.
I propose the question that clause 33 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Dr. Mbito.
Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment in clause 33 as listed in today's order paper.
I propose the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 33 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clauses 34, 35, 36, and 37.
I propose the question that clauses 34 to 37 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 34 to 37 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 38.
I propose the question that clause 38 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Senator Mbito.
Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment in clause 38 as listed in today's order paper.
I propose the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 38 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clause 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 49.
I propose the question that clauses 39 to 49 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 39 to 49 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 50.
I propose the question that clause 50 be part of the bill. Chairperson, Dr. Mbito.
Madam Chair, I beg to move the amendment in clause 50 as listed in today's order paper.
I propose the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 50 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clauses 51 and 52.
I propose the question that clauses 51 and 52 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 51 to 52 be part of the bill, division at the end.
We have finished on this one.
No, this?
No, these are the questions, these are the divisions that will come in the committee tomorrow. Okay. So we will call upon the member.
Senator Kasanga, kindly report progress.
Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order 148, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020, and seek leave to sit tomorrow.
I think you have left something, and it's approval.
We are seeking leave to sit again tomorrow because we can't do the division today.
Oh, okay. That's fine. I will put a question, which is that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. May as many as are of the opinion say aye. Aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we are now considering Basic Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2021.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that Clause 3 be part of the bill. Mover?
No, Chairperson.
Chairperson, Standing Committee on Education, Senator Dr. Milgo.
I need to get. Thank you, Madam Chair. I beg to move that Clause 3 of the bill be amended in the new Clause 38A by inserting the following new subclause immediately after subclause 3. As stated in the order paper.
I propose the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed. I put the question that Clause 3 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 2, the title, and Clause 1.
I propose the question that Clause 2, the title, and Clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that Clause 2, the title, and Clause 1 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
So, Madam Chair, these are the only amendments. So for the reporting on the basic education, so you will call upon the mover, who is
Senator Lekina, you are reporting on behalf of Senator Kwamboka.
Madam Chair, Honorable Chair, pursuant to Standing Order 148, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Basic Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 4 of 2021, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question, which is that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the Basic Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2021, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. May as many as are of the opinion say aye, and those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Senators, we are now proceeding to the county licensing uniform procedures bill, Senate bills number 32 of 2020. Honorable Senators, Senator Chebeni is going to move the amendments on behalf of the chairperson of the committee.
So we begin. Yeah. Clause 3.
Chairperson?
No, it's you. I propose the paper.
No.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move clause 3 as listed in the order paper.
So
I propose.
No, yes, you propose the question.
And you do it again?
No, yes, I propose.
I propose. Okay, you want to do it?
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Mover. Okay, Chairperson, Senator Chebeni on behalf of the chair.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move the clause 3 as listed in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 3. I propose the question that clause 3 be part of.
I propose the question. I propose the question that clause 3 be amended as indicated in the order paper. I put the question that clause 3 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clauses 4, 5, and 6.
I propose the question that clauses 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 4, 5, and 6 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 7.
Senator Chebeni, kindly.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move clause 7 as listed in the order paper.
As proposed.
Be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 7 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14.
I propose the question that clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 15.
I propose the question that clause 15 be part of the bill. Chairperson, on behalf of Senator Chebeni, on behalf of the chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 15 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 15 be amended as proposed, division at the end.
Clauses 16, 17, and 18.
I propose the question that clauses 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 16, 17, and 18 be part of the bill, division at the end.
Clause 19.
I propose the question that clause 19 be part of the bill. Senator Chebeni, on behalf of the chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 19 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 19 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clauses 20 and 21.
I propose the question that clauses 20 and 21 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 20 and 21 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 22.
I propose the question that clause 22 be part of the bill. Senator Chebeni, on behalf of the chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 22 be amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 22 be amended as indicated in the order paper. I put the question that clause 22 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clauses 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28.
I propose the question that clauses 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 20, and 28 be part of the bill. I put the question that clauses 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, and 28 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
The title.
I propose the question that the title be part of the bill. I put the question that the title be part of the bill. Division at the end.
Clause 1.
I propose the question that clause 1 be part of the bill. Senator Chebeni, on behalf of the chairperson.
Honorable Chair, I beg to move that clause 1 be is amended as proposed in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 1 be amended as indicated on the order paper. I put the question that clause 1 be amended as proposed. Division at the end. Okay, Senator Chebeni, can you give the progress report on the bill, please?
Honorable Chairperson, pursuant to Standing Order 148, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 32 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
I put the question that the Committee of the Whole do report progress on its consideration of the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 32 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. May as many as are of the opinion say aye. Those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, we are now proceed to the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 31 of 2020. That's a committee bill of finance, and Senator Oshilo is the mover.
Clause 2.
I propose the question that clause 2 be part of the bill. Chairperson?
Madam Chair, I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as provided for in the order paper.
Senator, you are not even audible.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry. I beg to move that clause 2 be amended as provided in the order paper.
I propose the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. I put the question that clause 2 be amended as proposed. Division at the end.
Clause 3.
I propose the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. I put the question that clause 3 be part of the bill. Division at the end.
The title and clause 1.
I propose the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. I put the question that the title and clause 1 be part of the bill. Division at the end. Senator Ochilo, kindly report progress.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the considered the Salaries and Remuneration Commission amendment.
Senator,
bill.
I think you are reading the wrong. I think you are reading the wrong
sorry,
schedule.
yeah, sorry, Madam Chair. Pardon me for not wearing my.
Pursuant.
I beg to move that pursuant to that, Honorable Madam Chair, pursuant to Standing Order number 148, I beg to move that the Committee of the Whole do report to the House its consideration of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill, Senate Bill number 31 of 2020, and seek to leave to report again tomorrow.
I will now put the question, which is that the Committee of the Whole do report to the House its consideration of the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 31 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow. May as many as are of the opinion say aye. May as many as are of the opinion say aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Complete blood works.
Honorable Senators, would now like to receive the reports from the chairperson on the County Government Grants Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2021.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that a committee of the whole has considered the County Government Grants Bill, Senate Bills number 35 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the County Government Grants Bill, Senate Bill number 35 for 2021, and seek leave to. Am I reading? Madam Speaker, just a minute. Sorry, sorry about the mix-up.
Okay, Senator.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report.
Seconder? Senator Jebeni?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you, Senators. Honorable Senators, I propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee on the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. The next bill is the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020. Chairperson.
Can I have the mic? Honorable Speaker, I seek to report progress on the Committee of the Whole, that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Mental Health Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 28 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report and requests Senator Olekina to second.
Senator Olekina.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you, Senators. Honorable Senators, I wish to propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. The next bill is on the Basic Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2021. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report progress that a Committee of the Whole has considered the Basic Education Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 4 of 2021, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover, Senator Olekina.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report.
Honorable Senators, I will now propose the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I now put the question, which is that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. The next bill, Senators, is the bill on the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 32 of 2020. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report progress that the Committee of the Whole has considered the County Licensing Uniform Procedures Bill, Senate Bills number 32 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover, Senator Jebeni.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee in the said report.
Seconder.
I request Senator Kasanga to second.
Architect Sylvia.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you, Senators. I now propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable Senators, I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable Senators, the fifth bill is the Salaries and Remunerations Commission Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 31 of 2020. Chairperson.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to report that the Committee of the Whole has considered the Salaries and Remuneration Commission Amendment Bill, Senate Bills number 31 of 2020, and seek leave to sit again tomorrow.
Mover. Senator Ochila Yako.
Madam Speaker, I propose that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to move that the House do agree with the committee on the said report.
Thank you. Seconder.
Senator Chebeni to second.
Senator Chebeni.
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you, honorable senators. I now propose the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Honorable senators, I now put the question that the House do agree with the committee in the said report. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable senators, I congratulate you. We have done a great job. 5 bills are passed in our hands within a very short time, and I want to congratulate the movers. Thank you very much. Next order. Honorable senators, I would like to defer the following orders for the convenience of the House. Order number 14, order number 15, order number 16, order number 17, order number 18. Next order.
Order number 19, motion, provision of colostomy bags to colon cancer patients and survivors in county hospitals.
Honorable senators, the member who was on the floor was Senator Cherargei, who had done only 2 minutes. I don't see him. Any other member wishing to debate? This motion on the provision of colostomy bags to colon cancer patients and survivors in county hospitals. Yes, Senator Zani, Agnes Philomena.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to support this motion from Senator Musuruve. And Madam Speaker, over time, we've had Senator Musuruve give us experiences about how she's a cancer survivor, and this might be part of the reasoning that is helping her to come up with some of these issues, especially these ones concerning cancer. Madam Speaker, for the longest time, we have tried to address the issue of cancer comprehensively. Indeed, I remember a lady who passed away some time back as a result of cancer or from cancer. And she just said, how I wish we had better care for cancer patients. How I wish that we didn't have to go out of the country. For this particular lady, she'd had to leave the country. I think she'd had to go to India. In fact, she had gone to India to escort somebody, her husband, who was the one who had cancer. But when she was there at the Indian hospital, then she just decided, why don't I just check, do a normal check for myself. And when she did, she was actually diagnosed with cancer. And when she came back, she said, I really wish we could have a place where we could just be tested and we could know what is happening and have better cancer care. I think we have improved. This was about 3-4 years ago. I think we've improved, Madam Speaker, in the sense that now we have more of the private hospitals, for example, giving these services. But we know, especially where chemotherapy has been given and when a patient really has not performed very well, it becomes very difficult. Not only difficult in terms of the health outcome, but also difficult in terms of the specific provision that is given, in terms of the medication, how expensive it is, in terms of the family having to be involved, in terms of people really just coming and having to make a lot of contribution. Madam Speaker, more and more we are relying on friends and relatives for this sort of contribution, but it's becoming more and more difficult. So we can call it the cancer of cancer if we wish. And this is really pertinent. In this motion, Senator Musuruve specifically is focusing on colon cancer. And colon cancer is a cancer that happens at a part of the digestive system which is in charge of absorption of water, minerals, and elimination of waste. And Madam Speaker, there are very, very many people who suffer as a result of colon cancer. And this cancer actually causes a blockage of the colon. And it might necessitate removal of parts of the colon or the entire colon or the entire rectum, indeed, Madam Speaker. And this makes it very serious because we know as part of the digestive system, then the colon becomes very critical even for the survival of any human being. So when this part is really having a problem, then that really creates quite a situation. So there are very many patients who would go through, for example, a colostomy or a urostomy, and because of the part where the blockage is done or where the cut is done, it means they need to have some sort of aid, some sort of bags to be able to empty their waste for the rest of their lives post-surgery. And many times, Madam Speaker, when we are going through our usual health matters, everything seems very straightforward in terms of health until somebody has a problem. The person who is well and is walking around does not realize how serious it is to be in a situation. Madam Speaker, some of the people who suffer the most are the people who suffer because of body fluids that are emitting from their bodies and they have no control for this. And we have various severe cases for this, including, for example, a delivery for certain women where they have a fistula, and this has been addressed through various organizations. I know at Kenyatta Hospital, they have a system where they can actually operate on ladies with fistulas and be able to guide them and help them. We have other people, for example, who over time, for one reason or another, find that they cannot be able to empty their waste all through their lives. For other people, for example, even issues of urine, Madam Speaker. There are people who have a leakage in urine. There are people who have to have dialysis. So it's a whole sector of health care that is very, very important and also very, very expensive. For many Kenyans, they might not be able to have private insurance or private arrangements for them to go to hospital to be catered for. And Madam Speaker, many people end up being taken care of at the household family, by their families, by friends, by communities, relying on community health workers to do most of the work that is happening in that area, and even the healing process be it from, people who have had, for example, issues with cancer of the breast, for example, or any other cancer. It becomes very, very painful. And for many members watching their beloved actually just, really dying as a result of this. Madam Speaker, the question is there a way to make them a little bit more comfortable? Is there a way to make them, to give them a dignity as human beings so that they're not leaking away, especially in public life? Is there a way that they can be brought out to be able to still intermingle? I remember one particular lady who had the case of fistula. And for the longest time, I had not had an experience of, discussing such an issue with somebody. But one time when we were discussing, and she just gave me a narration of how miserable her life is, because she was not able to control after childbirth, and it became problematic. And she said, I wish I could find a solution for this. And she did find a solution. She was able to come to Kenyatta Hospital. She was able to do the operation. And 5 years later, when I met her again, she was a completely changed person with a lot of dignity. This motion, Madam Speaker, is about giving dignity to people who are sick generally, but also in this motion specifically for those who are suffering from colon cancer, from those who are suffering from issues which are related to colostomy, so issues that are related to urostomy. This is urine or colostomy, which is the issue of colons. So, for them to be able to have that dignity, they need to have, for example, urine bags. They need to be able to have adult diapers. They need to be able to have, any sort of a bag that is listed that is able to help them to do this. Madam Speaker, most of these materials have very, very expensive tax rate on them. And what this motion is requesting is that these bags are not listed. They're not listed as goods exempt from tax or zero rated in the first and second schedule of the VAT 2013, and therefore they attract 16% value added tax and customs duty. So by waiving this tax as per the VAT Act specifically for this group of people who are already suffering, who are already having to pay medical bills, who already have to go to hospital, who already have quite a lot on them already that they have to do, it becomes very, very important to have a way to address this issue. The suggestion she makes and requests is that she makes a prayer to the Senate and calls upon the Ministry of Health in partnership with the Council of Governors to create and maintain a list of register for all the colon cancer patients. This is important. And I think they can be able now to come out, be identified. Their specific needs can be therefore really identified and pulled out if they have been survivors. So there needs to be some sort of biodata. There needs to be some sort of histology of these patients really being put out. There needs also to be provision of colostomy bags for those who are permanent users. And where these have to be bought, then the VAT exemption of 16% off to be given so that it's zero tax rated. Include the purchase of palliative care products in the health budgets of all county governments. This is very, very critical. And I think, Madam Speaker, when we put the context that most of the time when people are recovering, they'll be in hospitals for the time when they are very, very serious, where they're very, very dire. Either they'll be in HDU or they'll be in ICU, but when they leave and they have to be taken care of by the parents, by the relatives, it becomes very, very expensive. There are people who just even need to use diapers, for example, but these are very, very expensive to be able to even maintain. Madam Speaker, even as we speak about this issue, we even have even young girls who are not even for the reasons for hygiene health, being able to even be able to have a monthly cycle of utilities that are needed for them. So it's really a provision and understanding and looking to find ways and means to be able to address these various issues within the sector, be able to include a purchase of these in the health budgets of county assemblies and county governments. Of course, county assemblies would be also critical in this, in bringing legislation for the same. indeed, even the whole issue that Senator Musuruve has brought would be something the House can propel, or she herself can be urged or be encouraged to come up with legislation, because this would call for an amendment for this specific VAT Act 2013. And therefore, maybe within the relevant committee and the relevant processes, begin to see how best can this be implemented. I think it is something that will really be given more sympathy, more care, more understanding, and really aiding not only the financial, but even the health burden for so many Kenyans. She's also, in her prayers, requesting that county hospitals stock these palliative care products to enable increased access and lower commercial prices so that everybody can really have these accessible to them. And therefore, this motion categorizes those who are still in hospital and those who are outside. Then last, engage the Treasury and the Kenya Revenue Authority to waive taxes on long-term health consumables such as colostomy bags, prosthesis, and others in the upcoming budgetary cycle to ease the burden on Kenyans. So generally, the prayer, Madam Speaker, the prayers for this particular motion, this motion is urging is really just more concerted effort, a lot of involvement there from Ministry of Health, a lot of involvement from COG, a lot of involvement from county assemblies, a lot of involvement at the various levels for making this particular decision. And this is hinged on Article 43(1) of the Constitution that says that everybody has a right to the highest attainable standards of health, and health is a devolved function as we know it, and therefore under the mandate of the country, county governments, and therefore more action from the county governments, more stimulus from the county governments, more sympathy. The prices for these specific colostomy bags and urotomy bags needs to be identified. They need to be given out. They need to be taken care of. They need to be able to really actualize this process of giving dignity. This motion, Madam Speaker, is about giving a dignity. And I think it is very, very specific. And I think it's a good idea that it is specific, because most of the time when we speak in this Senate, Madam Speaker, we talk about devolution, we talk about the problems of health, we crop them all up together, whatever perspective we are having, if it is shortages of drugs, if it is generally the personnel, if it is, for example, community health workers and how they need to be handled. We have very many issues, but this is an issue that is very, very specific. Basically, the supply of materials that is very much needed within the health curative sector. And therefore, once somebody's in hospital, they can be catered for, but more important, when they have left the hospital and they have gone home, they can be able to be also get these materials at cheaper prices. I can imagine, Madam Speaker, especially with the economy, with the level of unemployment that we have in this country, with the level of many Kenyans not being able to meet some of the basic necessities that are there. This automatically becomes one of the things that is pushed to the core. It's not looking like a mandatory thing, you know. Then people probably look for other sort of materials or any other sort of intermediary care that they can come up with. But I think we need to be able to focus on this. And Madam Speaker, we did this in many of the sectors, especially in the NGO world, to do with menstrual cycle and hygiene products for the girls. And we came up with policies for the production of these materials. NGOs came in, many leaders went to the schools, and they were able to do this. So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy Senator Musuruve is here, really to urge her that probably more thrust needs to be put into this issue, at the levels of NGO, at the levels of government, at the level of various players in terms of cancer. We have also the cancer, there was a cancer bill that was pushed, I think, on the floor of this House and also at the floor of the National Assembly. These are some of the issues that must be already there in one form or another, but Senator Musuruve would be advised to try to make an amendment to the specific act and try to link these two pieces of legislation to enable this simple supply, this supply of simple products that are very, very key, because many Kenyans might not be able to afford Many Kenyans are not able sometimes to afford basic medicines. And I think when it comes to the issues of healthcare, people feel that it's their responsibility, you know, let them find a way. But we have to remember that some of these people who are suffering thus are some of the most productive members of this society. Some of them are experienced, they've been professionals. I remember we had one lady lecturer at the University of Nairobi with cancer, aged about, she was aged about 55, aged about 60. Lots of experience, she'd done a lot of work. She is a cancer survivor, she did not pass away. And you can imagine how much input is coming as a result of her professionalism and the work that she's doing. And in other sectors, Madam Speaker, indeed I've just picked on one sector, but in other sectors, these are people who can be also productive. So I think to put the weight onto this motion, it's important even to tabulate the sort of losses that come as a result of losing health outcomes for such categories. Another point, Madam Speaker, is that by taking care of these issues, we help to equalize people and we help to reduce the inequalities. Health inequalities indeed lead to economic inequalities, to regional inequalities sometimes, and also even to cultural inequalities. So once such inequalities are addressed so that we don't have health inequalities within the health sector, it will help to take us to a level where we can be able to propel this country in terms of development and each play our role. I support, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Mbogo George Ochilo Ayako, Senator for Migori.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make my contributions to this motion. Madam Speaker, I'll commence by congratulating Senator Dr. Gertrude Museruve for extending sympathy in her work to victims of cancer, to people who are suffering from cancer, and to remind us that we are potential candidates for that suffering. Madam Speaker, as we sit in the comfort of this House, as others sit in comforts of public offices, it is not just about the individual who is suffering from cancer. It is about those who have feelings for that individual. If you have a patient who is cancerous in your family, and you take time to sit next to them, to go with them through the suffering that is visiting them, Madam Speaker, the subsequent suffering that you will get involved in may inhibit or lower your productivity. You may have a child, you may have a spouse, you may have a brother, you may have a sister, you may have an auntie, a grandmother or parents who are suffering from cancer. In this country, in households, there are very few people who are engaged in productive work. Not because they do not want to be engaged in productive work, but because productive work is not found. These are hard-working Kenyans. Like in Migori County, where I come from, we have people who are fishermen and women by profession. We have cane cutters. We have gold diggers, literally digging barrows to look for gold, literally crushing rocks to extract gold from them. We have people who ride bicycles long distances to look for cows in Tanzania. We have women and men who do household chores. They wake up at 5, work the whole day. Old and young women carrying children on their back. They work 24/7, but because these kinds of work do not give economic returns, they are poor. But they are people, and they are part of our families. So you will find that a family unit is poor, and where we are in this house, we have poor members of our family who are the majority. Now, when we have a patient who has cancer, we as members of this family are called upon to assist them. When they have colon cancer, when they have chronic diseases, this assistance must continue for life. It makes you unproductive, it makes you suffer emotionally, it makes the entire poor families connected to you, to your church, to your village, to your family suffer. So to ease this burden and suffering because of the structure of African families, it is important that the government gets involved. The government must get involved not just in the manner in which the motion is structured, but must get involved in the assistance at the time of diagnosis, treatment, and support for your entire life. I am talking about cancer because this is the context in which the motion is brought, but the other chronic ailments, like renal failure, the other chronic ailments like diabetes, and many other chronic ailments that are not respectful of your social status. You are poor, there it is. You are rich, there it is. So, Madam Speaker, a time has come in this nation where we must change policy. We must change policy to have established a fund or to have established an entity that supports all Kenyans. We should not pretend that these kinds of ailment, cancer specifically, affects only the rich. We who are in this house, we who are in high echelons in public service have insurances. Unfortunately, when you look at yourself stationed high up in public service, you seem to forget that majority of Kenyans cannot afford these things. So when we look around for a champion for Kenyans, a person who will speak for people who are voiceless, a person who will speak for sufferers who undergo this suffering but do not have a voice in any place where decisions are made, you will find that such champions are few. We are fortunate as a house that we have Dr. Gertrude Museruve, who is a champion for these people who are suffering. I think we should all join her team of champions so that we can use our platform to bring change. We use this platform to alleviate the plight of those who are victims of cancer. Madam Speaker, it is good to support victims of cancer by providing these bags and other support. But Madam Speaker, in counties, for instance, Migori counties, I am yet to meet in private health facilities, in public health facilities, any doctor or any health provider who has knowledge of how to diagnose cancer, how to treat and manage cancer, and how to advise people to access this. So I wonder what is happening to my people in Migori, the ones in Kuria East and Kuria West, and if I look at the Kurian population in its totality or in its numbers, it comprises about 300,000 people. That is for Kuria East and Kuria West. If I look at the entire population of Migori County, we are made up of 1.2 million people. We do not have any doctor, we do not have any medical personnel or any facility in our public health providing facilities that is capable of identifying cancer, let alone colon cancer. If we have them, half the time they are not functioning. So basically for a place like Migori or the neighboring counties like Homa Bay, Kisii has something, so most of us continue raiding the physical space that is in Kisii and the air and the facilities and human resource that Kisii has for such treatment. But we do not have this, and there is a need for champions beyond here, particularly in the executive, to take their time and find out how are chronic diseases treated in public hospitals in counties. Some people may say that there is NHIF, so you can get NHIF to go to private hospital. Even the private practitioners in Migori County, we do not have the expertise. We cannot find expertise of people who may be called physicians. If you ask me how many physicians are in Migori County, I will tell you that they are less than 3. My father is elderly and he has to visit physicians most of the times. And when we look around for physicians who may attend him for his ailment, we find them in Kisumu. And since he's an elderly person and he has to be taken to Kisumu in a comfortable vehicle, I have to cost my vehicles to take him to Kisumu. I am giving myself as an example of people who have elderly parents. I am talking here well aware of the fact that I'm a privileged person. So how about Atieno in Kanyamkago and Anyango in Uriri and Boke in Kuria, who do not share the same privilege as myself? I wonder how they take their parents, their relatives to facilities in Kisumu. And if for one reason or other, everybody else in Western region took their patients to Kisumu, where will the people of Kisumu go to? So I'm supporting this motion, but this motion is an indicator that when it comes to provision of medical services, medical health for chronic patients, we are given tokenism. We are giving out tokenism because we are not true champions from the fact that we are victims. The Senator, Dr. Museruve, is a survivor of cancer, so she is perhaps feeling it right from her bone, right from her makeup. I wanted to request that each of us who has a privilege should take a time and share the experience that survivors and victims have had, so that they know how this is a suffering that has spiral effects, that is of economic pinch, and that is hurting many people. And it should be our duty to make sure that we are able to create an environment, we are able to set aside the resources to support people who are victims of chronic diseases. We should provide everything requested for in this motion and go beyond this. We should look at other categories of cancer. We should look at other chronic ailments and ensure that the provision of health we offer to our people is the kind of health that we would offer to ourselves. In the Holy Book, it is said that do unto your neighbor what you would want to be done to yourself. So the question is, who is your neighbor? If 99% of the people in your neighborhood need this service, so who is your neighbor? I think a time has come that we should align our duties, we should align our thinking to the thinking of the holy people of the past and the holy people of the future. With those very many remarks, I want to congratulate Dr. Gertrude Museruve for leading us in terms of empathizing, sympathizing, and supporting people who are victims of cancer and who need the help of us individually and collectively as an institution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Ochilo. Can we ask now the mover, Senator Dr. Musurube, if you can reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to reply. And I would like to thank my fellow senators for supporting this motion. I would like to thank Senator Enoch Wambua, who seconded the motion. I would like to thank Senator Cherake, who contributed, Senator Dr. Zani, who made contributions, Senator Ochilo Ayako, who made a contribution, and I'm not so sure whether, yeah, so I'd like to thank all these colleagues for coming up with noble contributions towards this motion.
And Honorable Speaker, it is very clear from the contributions of my colleagues that they have encountered 1 or 2 incidents of people with cancer, even in their own families. And I would like to say that it is something I'm never ashamed of, that I'm a cancer survivor. And I'm happy that by the grace of God, I'm alive to say my story and also contribute to such motions on the floor of the House so that I can also raise awareness to fellow colleagues that when it comes to the issue of cancer, everyone is a candidate because it catches everyone on no notice. And so the deliberations that my colleagues have brought on the floor of this House are indicative that we need to do something as legislators to ensure that county governments are able to identify people who are suffering from colon cancer and also cancer generally, and ensure also that they have provision of the necessities that they require, the colostomy bags for those who are permanent users of colostomy bags. They need to also create awareness about issues of cancer, and KRA also needs to come out and waive tax for, palliative healthcare products and also prostheses and such products that cancer patients and survivors may need. Honorable Speaker, I'm truly humbled that my colleagues have come out strongly on this motion, and I believe that when this motion goes to the relevant office, it will be a self-executing motion, so that it is not just a motion that will lie somewhere in the shelves, but county executives need to ensure that even in their county budgets, they're able also to provide for issues of colostomy bags, palliative care products, and all that, Honorable Speaker, so that when we are talking about the issue of cancer and colostomy bags, it should be something that we are really working on from the national government, cascading to even the county governments, and ensuring that cancer patients and colostomy bag users, get the right medication and the right support that they need, Honorable Speaker, because we need to be empathetic about those who use colostomy bags, and it is unfortunate that nobody ever makes a follow-up on them to see how they are faring on. Even those who are cancer survivors, it is rare that you'd find anyone making a follow-up to see how they're getting on with life, and yet they are alive and they need to be productive members of the society. So, Honorable Speaker, I thank all my colleagues for supporting cancer survivors and the use of colostomy bags, and thank you very much. I beg to reply, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, I now put the question that aware that the colon is part of the digestive system with a major role in the absorption of water, minerals, and elimination of waste. Further aware that the colon cancer can cause serious blockage of the colon that may necessitate removal of the parts of the colon, an entire colon or the entire colon and the rectum. Cognizant that the persons that have gone through electrostomy, colostomy, and urostomy need to use a bag to empty their waste for the rest of their lives post-surgery. Concerned that urine bags, water diapers, adult diapers, artificial breasts, colostomy, and elostomy bags are not listed as goods exempt from tax or zero rated in the first and second schedule of the VAT Act 2013, and therefore attract 16% value-added tax and custom duty. Acknowledging that Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya states that everyone has a right to the highest attainable standards of health, and health is a devolved function, and therefore under the mandate of the county governments. Now, therefore, the Senate calls upon the Ministry of Health, and in partnership with the Council of Governors, to 1, create and maintain a register of all the colon cancer patients and survivors in county hospitals, including the biodata of the histology of the patients. 2, provision of colostomy bags for those who are permanent users. 3, include the purchase of palliative care products in the health budgets of all county governments. 4, ensure all county hospitals stock these palliative care products to enable increased access and lower commercial prices. And 5, engage the Treasury and Kenya Revenue Authority, Kenya, to waive taxes on long-term health consumables such as the colostomy bags, prosthesis, and others in the upcoming budgetary cycle to ease the burden on Kenyans. May as many as the opinion say aye. Aye. And those of the contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 20, motion, adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Devolution and Intergovernmental Relations concerning the impasse on the budgetary estimates for the financial year 2020-2021 for Kirinyaga County between the County Executive and the County Assembly.
We defer that motion. The next one.
Order number 21, motion, adoption of the report of the Standing Committee on Roads and Transportation on inquiry into the operationalization of the National Construction Authority defects liability regulations.
The chairperson is not there, so we defer that one also.
Order number 22, motion, fast-tracking cultural developments in counties.
Senator Kasanga.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move the motion that whereas Kenya is a multi-ethnic and multiracial country with rich and diverse cultural resources such as traditional medicines and foods, arts and craft, music, dances, dress, amongst others, aware that the Constitution in its preamble acknowledges the cultural diversity of the Kenyan people who are determined to live in peace and unity as one indivisible sovereign nation, whilst Article 11 of the Kenyan Constitution recognizes culture as the foundation of a nation, noting that while the Department of Culture under the Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage has been playing some of the key roles in promotion of cultural integration, formulation of policies, and standards that will guide the development of culture, little information has been available to the Kenyan public. Acknowledging that culture performs a significant role in the life of a child, the cultural background in which a child is brought up affects the totality of his and her life's activities. Concerned that our children are losing their sense of identity due to the negative influences due to inadequate cultural identity catalyzed by globalization, which has led to catastrophic consequences to the next generation, as experienced in our country, where a majority of young people are showing symptoms of feeling suicidal, anxious, feeling of hopelessness, anger, violence, feeling isolated, and paranoia. Now, therefore, the Senate urges the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Sports, Culture and Heritage, to formulate cultural development policies and initiatives to inculcate stronger community values, safeguard Kenya's heritage, recognize local heroes, and promote socio-cultural opportunities in the counties, and B, formulate strategies to create an enabling environment for protection and promotion of diversity of cultural expressions in all counties. Madam Speaker, this motion speaks to itself. In this day and age, with all the social media and globalization and the fastness that the world is moving at, we are losing an opportunity to celebrate our culture, to celebrate our diversity, and in the process of catching up with how fast the world is going, our children are left behind in the history that is which has made us the great people that make up this nation that we love so much and we call this country Kenya. So, Madam Speaker, this motion is calling out for us to look back a little bit, and especially when it comes to celebrating the values, because we speak of values so much amongst ourselves when we are politicking. It is the one thing that we are saying we need to look back to how our forefathers were doing things. And especially now that the House has looked into the Mental Health Amendment Bill, at least we've done the third reading, waiting for debate, waiting for division. You know, we have to think on why the escalation on mental health issues, and some of it actually does boil down to how we do our things back at home. The value of the family, the value of community living, which we have lost. We are becoming so westernized so quickly that what is remaining is just the family unit, whereas when you look back at how we grew up, how our parents grew up, how our parents' parents grew up, the value of community living, you know, speaks a lot to how we hold each other's hands, how we bring up our children. Children were brought up as a community, you know, within a community, as a community project where we cared about the next person. And you can imagine at a time like this, Madam Speaker, we are looking at reintegrating our community, you know, our community spirit by things like Nyumba Kumi, because we have lost it, Madam Speaker. And we are saying we shouldn't lose some of the best things about our culture, in as much as we are appreciating the global.
Sorry, Honorable Senator, next time the motion is listed, you will have a balance of 16 minutes. Honorable Senators, it is now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the House. Senate therefore stands adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, 15th September 2021 at 2:30 p.m.